Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Yeah, I'm very excited to get things rocking up into these quarterfinals. We put a cap on the round of 16 last night, and I'm glad to be here alongside you both. And you know what? For me, I got lucky, right? I was telling Cole yesterday at the end of the show that I had two games that I was kind of looking forward to, and we're gonna get a chance to watch one of them today. That Marsborn PA game is the one I was most looking forward to. So I'm pumped. I'm excited.
Well. Here we are. Already shooting this thing off at the bank. Dude, in my broadcast last weekend, I managed to mute myself 3 times. Here, let's leave it with that first. Well, we can reintroduce this, kind of. You just heard Vinny. I'm Get the Bag Mark, as you can now see in the studio. But just like Vincent was saying, he was on the round of 16. So are you, Cole. How are you enjoying some of those rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of talking here quite a bit with Vincent, and so far what we've seen out of the Swiss stage, which we've done a lot, and then now the round of 16 as well, is that there's so much excitement, so much great teams that are rising to the occasion here, and now operating incredibly well in playoffs. So, you know, I'm right there with Vincent in terms of so looking forward to the matchups that we have here right now. You know, watching the development here, a lot of history in between Marsborn and PA is one of those matchups that I was definitely looking forward to. And then a little later down the line, you know, NRG versus Might. It's been a while since I've actually got to see NRG play. Obviously, they've been doing some work in ECL, but definitely going to look forward to casting them once again.
Absolutely, Cole. I know you were out there with me in Kansas City, you know, picked up a championship with Breeze, you know, came up north and did the same thing, but have replaced in with some new Danish talent. We'll have their work cut out with them with Might as well. Obviously, looking onto the other side of the bracket, you just had Tsunami do some really great stuff last night, and that was against the newly signed Supernova squad over there with Shimmer, of course, and that obviously presents the matchup versus boss. Vincent, that one looking particularly competitive. I think we're giving a lot more respect to Tsunami after those scorelines, rather into Tsunami. Yes, excuse me.
It's hard not to, man. I mean, Tsunami came out and they played a best of 3 where they dropped like 5 total rounds. It's hard not to be impressed after a game like that, especially when everybody seems to be firing on all cylinders for a team that, I mean, I was talking to Cole about it. The coolest storyline to come out of this entire round of 16, in my opinion, is that Cajun, who made the round of 16 with the core of that team that was final for him, didn't get a chance to play either of their games for, you know, various reasons. One was like an anti-cheat issue, and the other was not being able to play because of the hurricane at the time. Like, it was devastating for them not to get to play, and now they come out and he gets their first round of 16 win. I think that's huge, but obviously a big deal to go up against Boss.
Absolutely a huge deal. And I mean, big stakes in our other game, especially with that getting info squad continuing to get experience as that, full five roster restrictions and all. That's the full five in these playoffs. You can bet that. But also Nouns on the other side. We just saw today, unfortunately, the D-Wave vote did not go through. So you can pepper that storyline with maybe a little bit more of a sense of urgency. Exner, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, as I've kind of highlighted yesterday, they had a lot to prove. I think they came in and proved it yesterday when they looked so incredibly well versed, and I'm right there with you. It's obviously a bit of a shame to see that happen. But the good news is, Cryptic's used to not having an organization, so he has that going for him, and that'll continue forward, unfortunately, for now. So I think they'll bounce back. I'm hoping they can get an org in some form or fashion, because this is a team that definitely deserves a little bit of trust and love.
Absolutely. And certainly, right, we feel that way about many of our situations here in North America. And there's been a new face to step in very, very recently. Marsborn, donning the likes of the old undone core, right? We go ahead and take this look into Modem, into Chop. But Vincent, I'm a big fan of Grizz, but we have a lot of other names stepping back into the business. Tell me about them.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely some stuff to say about Grizz. We talked about it, but minus a return to competition to lead this team, it feels like has been not only playing well, but also setting the team up very well. But it's also a little bit of an interesting storyline with Wolfie, who obviously stepped down from PA, sort of the middle of last season, back in September, I think it was, and with 60 as well, both of them stepped down at the same time, looking for a different project. And it's crazy to see him coming up against his former squad that does look a little bit different now, as well, with the power that I think this Marsborn team has already showed off. It's pretty impressive. I think that they come into this, I had some question marks, but this has come together very nicely.
It certainly has seemed so. A very clean record that they have put together. And of course, this is all brought together by one coach, Lucid, former Furia and FaZe analyst in their own right. But we, of course, take a look over onto that party astronaut side, and Cole, obviously led by the long time Ben Leet. But, with the young gun right next to him, tell me about this young 19-year-old OG Wizard who's a monster on the op.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it right there. He can really develop here, has an opportunity to step into a big role here. And obviously, OG Wizard, an opera that can get really in your face. He can get really aggressive. And I think PA have been trying to long-term discover how to best set him up for success, how to make sure that he is thriving in this environment. And, that's a lot of responsibility on Benley, who maybe isn't as used to dealing with an inexperienced operator if you consider his history. Much time spent with Ponalone, who's unbelievably experienced and is going to make those right decisions, going to make those right moves here. But how do you now operate with a guy who's a little bit younger, that you maybe have to rein in a little bit to make sure that he is, stepping up to the plate there? It's a really interesting story here that PA have developed. On top of that, Walco, I think a huge welcome back into the scene. The same case is true for Viz. Both these guys kind of reintroducing themselves back into, the competitive space here. And they're straight into hot water in terms of a playoff run that they have to step up into. And that's a lot of weight for these guys. But fortunately, I think they're up for the task.
That's all presented well, Cole, and it absolutely is tonight, where you do have this direct head-to-head. Vincent, a guy like Fang at only the young age of 22, right? It's funny to think about how long he's been around kicking in this thing, has been putting up absolutely monster stats, and he looks over to the other side of one IGL minus. How are we feeling about a head-to-head like this?
I honestly feel like this is a little bit of a weird one, mostly because I've been super surprised at how well Minus has played on an individual level. I don't know that that's something that we're going to continue to see. I've been enjoying it, and if that is going to become, the commonality, if that's going to be the norm, that's fantastic, and I'm happy to eat my words. That being said, I think for Fang, he's bringing, as crazy as it is, maybe a little, despite his young age, a little bit more of that experience to help and lead out, corral a guy like OG Wizard, because he has been around the block at this point. But for me, I am really looking on the other side there to kind of look towards somebody like a Modem, like a Chop, more than I would Minus, typically speaking, to kind of measure up and put Fang in check.
Absolutely, 100%. But we got to get to these vetoes, right? We got to exactly see where this first move is going to be brought out for a Party Astronauts team, which, you know, for the younger Marsborn, Cole, who may not have as deep of a map pool, they pull out Inferno. How do you like Party Astronauts' chances in this first map?
I mean, Party Astronauts in there, Inferno here works very well. I mean, again, talking about the op head-to-head here, I feel like, you know, you're able to really press on Wolfie, who isn't always super comfortable in this map, so that's something that I think PA are going to look to do out of the gates with this pick. Kind of surprised here that Marsborn go for Dust 2. I was expecting an Ancient kind of, you know, punish pick, but, you know, PA have still been a little bit less experienced on this map. They haven't really played it all that much throughout last year. I still think, you know, Ancient is a good opportunity to kind of punish them, as they still have a lot of work to do on that map in terms of, you know, figuring out how they get their roles correctly, but Nuke to close it out on is what we go. And I mean, again, Party Astronauts leaving that open to a decider. Marsborn still avoiding that, which is kind of a huge surprise for me. I mean, you had two opportunities, two chances to kind of punish that map, and they don't really go for either one of them.
I feel like Nuke kind of is a little bit of a punish, though. Like, even though that isn't typically the way that I would go into this thinking, I just feel like Marsborn getting the opportunity to play on a lot of comfort in the last two maps of this series.
Interesting setup that you have brought across this one, but you talk about those stakes, Cole. It's heavy towards maybe that first part of the series for Party Astronauts, but potentially sweeter on the back end for Marsborn. Is this a series that can last in the ring for that long?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say the stakes are definitely high here, because you're talking about so many of these Marsborn players have at one point played on PA and maybe not quite fully passed the test. So if you're PA, you're looking at a team that's either, you know, A, left for different opportunities, or B, has been, you know, kind of cut or removed here after some tough results. And, you know, you want to make sure that you made the right decision here in setting yourself up for the future. But you definitely want to shut this team down here versus a very hungry Marsborn roster. All these players are going to come through hungry. They're going to come through looking for some challenges, and I think that's going to make for a very interesting matchup here.
I think these matchups are particularly interesting, Cole, right? You bring up that op matchup that you're going to see poached onto Inferno, right? It's no mystery that this is immediately going to be put into that Dust 2, right? But I think we got to measure that up to this first map. You're going to find out a whole lot about Party Astronauts to start off in this thing, which is likely going to be a bang. This Inferno to get off with PA starting on that CT side, going to be an absolute blast. We'll see if Marsborn find that heat on Inferno. Cole, Vincent, take it away.
Easy peasy. That's what it's got to be, I think, for PA. This has been a comfort map for them in the past. I don't think they have the results currently in the last 3 months that would suggest that, but this is definitely something that PA are strong on, and I think the real question is just, you know, how comfy have they gotten with this iteration?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have to quickly adapt, quickly learn. Gone through a lot of changes here in the offseason, and they're looking to step into this season well. Modem will be able to knock out an opening pick. There's so much more resistance, and in the flames, Chop burns, but he makes sure to take one with him while he's at it. And Wolfie finishing the job, making sure to punish. Rolling on up there. Perfect setup here. Rolling out for Marsborn. And I will say, you know, it's very interesting to see. There's so much history in between these two teams. If you're talking about Wolfie, who's played with this PA roster recently, has played and operated with, you know, Binley recently, he's going to have some really good reads into the comfort territory of Binley in his calling style and how he operates. And, you know, now you just get to use that against your opposition as well.
Yeah, I think also you were talking about, you know, OG Wizard and how to maybe rein this kid in a little bit. That's and that's what I'll say Lag tried to do. Maybe they really didn't even try to do that. Maybe let him off the leash more than anything.
They just needed him off the leash, yeah.
Yeah. He was such a important factor for Lag winning games that I don't know if they could afford it. But I do think that Walco, who, you know, up until this team was an in-game leader and was, from what I recall, he was looking for in-game leader opportunities. but he said he's happy to be a second voice in the right team. I think this could be the right team for him to be able to have that second voice and maybe help to corral some of that energy that OG Wizard brings.
Yeah, and I mean, casting Walco over the years here, he's a player that I know puts a lot of work into his individual mechanics here, right? I mean, he stepped into the IGL role, I believe, in like 2021, 2020, around that time. And now that he's got a little bit of those weights off here in terms of being the primary caller, I mean, it could make for an interesting little duo there between Binley and Walco here. Two very experienced pieces and two great focal pieces of the puzzle.
He's looked good. Walco, like individually, it's not been a lot of games, so not a lot of tape to look at, but in comparison, he's up there with some of the peaks of individual form in these opening games that we've been able to see. So, I mean, I do have some faith in that. I was talking to you the other day, and I didn't necessarily feel like there was a lot of vision behind this PA team, but prepping for this game, doing a little bit more looking, I feel like maybe they have a lot more than I was giving credit.
Obviously, they're trying to build the pieces here. Maybe not the primary target for a lot of players. You really have to dig into, either now these older guard players here, reintroducing them back into the scene here if you're Walco and Viz, getting them back involved, but you have that opportunity, you have that luxury of two experienced pieces here that you're gonna welcome on in. You gotta highlight the success that this team is gonna be required to experience pretty early on here. Grizz, though, it's been such a menace in this pit position, no extra utility for him. Just gotta avoid possibility of any Molotovs or HEs heading his way. There's one from Bentley, but he's already repositioned. Bentley still able to spin for the kill, though. Takes care of the pit player. There's no more utility, so they have to fight for this control to cross in towards Moto and get into safety. A late smoke does bloom. They had that in their back pocket. Finally dispense it. And a little bit of safety in the post plant now here for Party Astronauts.
They might be low, but there's one nade. Chop has just arrived on scene. We'll see if that gets placed into a key position. Viz very low in mini pit, but it goes wide, doesn't end up in his spot. So now they push forward. It's the SMG to lead the charge, and the rifles follow, but they get chewed up by this three-man crossfire of sorts from pit and from sight, two opposing positions that Party Astronauts can win from.
There's so much safety there when it's a one-direction retake from the side of Marsborn, right? They're all coming through from Moto. There's no extra real resistance, and I feel like Party Astronauts kind of knew that at some point in that post plant situation, that they were all behind that smoke, just waiting to spring into action. They end up having a terrifying crossfire to deal with. That one feels like largely comes down to a lot of weight on Grizz's shoulders, right? I mean,
Maybe
gets
too
one
much.
in the pit and then needs to essentially get like two more, maybe one more in that position, and it feels like just not enough help given there.
Yeah,
Maybe as a result of like a lack of utility or something along those lines, but
And they definitely were struggling for utility, but I don't know. Yeah, I feel like he was really set on an island and not given a whole lot of space to succeed. Put himself in good positions, won a key duel early on, and then a little bit of a whiff shot. Oh, that's not a whiff though. That's right on target. Odom.
it's a quick headshot.
Oh, Chop had the look, got the headshot too, but Fang survives.
Go for some spam there, but Wolfie surfaces through that smoke and he connects a kill. Rocco doesn't hit him, and there's no trade somehow. So another kill coming through from Wolfie. The smoke eventually fades away, but there's no comfort in planting this bomb just yet. They still have to figure out a way to lock in the digits. It's a fake initially, but a swing coming through from Modem, and he punishes. Just a 1v1 now. OG Wizard already tasked with the clutch here, and he's able to delete Grizz here early on. Needs one more. Modem looking to reposition, already has had two phenomenal kills, but in the meantime here, OG Wizard gonna confidently stick the bomb and adjust towards CT spawn. Get that clutch for PA and get them across the line there in a scary fashion.
I mean, talking about a young guy that, maybe can get a little bit crazy. This is just a really decisive move out of OG Wizard in a 1v1 like this. If he is any less decisive here, he probably loses that just based on the move that Moda makes. He's going to immediately move towards the CT swing. And OG Wizard, like you said, just sticks with the numbers and gets the adjustment on the crosshair. Has trust in the fact that he's got a little bit of an HP advantage too. Of course, the weapon. It's a round that really went wrong for Party Astronauts in so many ways. They still come out victorious on. Marsborn, though, can be very happy about how much damage they've done.
Or banana retake utility here. Marsborn have been targeting that so often, but a great flash Fang does not hang back. And let them try and regain control here. Countermeasure coming through from the CT side, but Binley has been winning some crucial duels here for Party Astronauts. And you know after you kill 3 here, B is certainly open for business.
It's crazy that last round it was the slow play towards B with a whole lot of pistols that do a ton of damage, and Party Astronauts take their time about it. This time they just move swiftly off the back of some of that contact, and it's been elite to get the double entry. And they take no time whatsoever to fill in those gaps. That's a decisive round out of Party Astronauts, one that they needed after really struggling against the pistols. They can actually start building a little bit. On the hunt, though, our PA against this Marsborn squad. We'll see what Grizz and Minus can do to hang on. It's like
She managed to avoid them completely. Stepping away from their problems. They'll move past them. Party Astronauts will move past Marsborn, though, off to the back of the pistol into 3 consecutive rounds here for PA. But that is certainly going to be a specialty here. Party Astronauts giving Fang a lot of resources here. That sort of trust here rewarded early on. Getting those flashes to fight Banana here. That's going to be a constant problem for Marsborn that they look to throw numbers at. Once again, you know, 4 players leaning over towards B, 1 dropping that bit of utility, but Fang not scared of anything here. It's going to just aggress all the way forward. Looking to take a fight as soon as possible.
I mean, no difference in this round than the last with that regard. Party Astronauts know they've got an advantage here, and they want to take it. The 2 saved rifles, though, looking to throw a little bit of a wrench into that plan. It's Minus who's here on B. 1 of 3.
There's that smoke there. They're going to look to go through it, get past it. They've got their smokes already bloomed. I think Bidley disconnects. That creates a little bit of discomfort, but they still manage to trade their way on into that site. The utility so effectively dispensed to keep Minus and his rifle at bay. And Wolfie, not a lot to lose here. Might look to give it a bit of a peek see. You're looking to play a contained game here. As Marsborn once again going for the save. Party Astronauts once again claiming that site, and that fearlessness towards the B side. Getting past the stacks, getting past the three-man leans from Party Astronauts is a scary prospect for Marsborn here. You got the numbers in the right position, right? I mean, this round, not enough firepower for sure, but having those resources in the right position is a good sign for Marsborn. It's just about landing those kills with your setups.
Getting there can be a little bit of a different story, but putting yourself into the right position, you know, it's half the battle. We talked about the struggles I think that Marsborn had getting Grizz any sort of help on the A-bomb site. That's what gives PA their first gun round, and now they've just continued 4 straight. But attack here to get Ben Lee back into the server. And when Marky is on the desk asking about what the stakes of this game are, you know, for the tournament, obviously for these guys individually, sure, but you know, also I think the fun interpersonal questions of, you know, Wolfie leaving this PA team when Sixy stepped away, basically saying, hey, you know, I think I can find a better option. I think I can, find a team that we're going to have a better chance at success. And I think this type of head-to-head is the perfect chance to try and prove that on both sides, right? Binley sticking with his guns and to be honest with you, really losing out what was a really exciting prospect initially, with Peeping and OG Wizard being in this team.
Mm-hmm.
And then they get picked apart. Like, I think Party Astronauts, the fact that they're still very competitive, I think is a real clear indication of Binley and the consistency he brings, because this is a team that lost 2 players back September of last year, then ended up bringing in both Peeping and OG Wizard, Peeping a little bit later on. He gets yoinked by Nouns, and then Infinite is in the same boat. Like, how do you have a team? Like, the last 4 or 5 months, they just haven't had a consistent team to practice with.
It's a big deal, right? I mean, obviously this is a roster that in North America here, if you're going to pluck talent, if you're going to try and pick up talent, now your roster, as opposed to Binley and the floor that he gives this roster, it's a chance to maybe learn, gain some experience just to get picked up by a team with an organization a little bit later down the line, because that's what's been hitting this roster and plaguing them for quite some time. And obviously, there's a little bit of struggles in that department. It's going to create a lot of inconsistency when, you're constantly moving pieces. You're picking up big names that do not last long on the roster because of how quickly they then move on to teams with salaries. But that's like, the unfortunate nature here of Party Astronauts. It feels like that's the nature in which NACS is going. Fortunately for the scene, we're getting more organizations. We're getting more, love in that department. So it's just the way the wind is blowing here now. This team has to get back to the point where they can get to the top levels of ECL, and then they can attract an organization here as, teams come back involved. It's always a really interesting, environment here. It's like a whole new scene than when they were dominating the scene.
I think it's also an interesting hypothetical, like a question, where are those guys? Like Marsborn, right? Who have taken, let's be very real, a risk on a team that, it's really unfair to call this the core of Undone, but that's what it is. This is their slot. They won relegation. So as much as that's the space, as opposed to a team in PA that, again, a slightly different roster, but was 4th place in season 48. That is no small feat.
Yeah, I mean, as I highlighted, this is, I feel a little bit harsh, but this is a team that has a lot of potential there, and like you said, just 4th place is still a good position. It's not the end goal though for players like Binley, who have a lot of weight on their shoulders to kind of succeed here with this team, with this organization that they've been building. And I think they're taking steps in the right direction, right? I think getting Walco back involved here once again, not having him necessarily as an IGL, but having him as a player that can fire up and bring a lot of frags into the server, and get him kind of eased in back into the scene once again is a good sign. And he's been performing. You now got Axe as well, who is familiar with a lot of these guys. Yeah. So bringing in a coach that has so much tenure and honestly, with his time in Boss, knows how to work without an organization as well. He's been able to prove results in that department. And so I feel like there's a lot of excitement here as Axe kind of gets back involved into coaching once again as well.
I mean, he's a guy that I think there's a lot of trust in for good reason. You just listen to him talk, and he oozes some of that knowledge. He knows what he's doing, and he's proven it time and time again. At this point, that's the case. And I think that is why it's exciting to kind of see Party Astronauts continue forward for a situation too where I got to be real. I have so much respect for Binley having to rebuild as much as that he's had to in the last year, and being able to keep motivation, at least from the outside, because that's one of the hardest things to do, I think, as a Counter-Strike player.
Oh yeah,
is when things go wrong, you feel so reset. It can be such a devastating loss. It can feel like everything's over.
I think more than anything, it's when things go right and then the roster just gets plucked. I think that's almost a worse feeling, right? You know, you get Peeping involved here, and you know that 1-2 punch of Peeping and Fang was serious on PA. It felt like they were finally getting used to the maps again. As I highlighted, this roster entirely had some serious, you know, map pull issues and role issues to figure out when 60 and Fang were playing together. It just never felt like they really clicked, and it led to a lot of disappointing losses. It led to them, you know, in a frustrating fashion, getting eliminated from the closed qualifiers of the RMR
That's why he left.
way earlier than they would imagine. Yeah, you're exactly right. It's why Wolfie left. It's why 60 needed to leave there, because he just wasn't quite performing in those roles. And you know, now you have to build back here. You're able to land on your feet successfully, so I would say, with Peeping and you know, Peeping and OG Wizard looking like great pickups, and then Peeping has to go, and you know, obviously gets signed by an organization, and Nouns gets a big opportunity there. And I feel like that sort of commitment to the scene, your commitment to competing is so impressive. When I mean, I'm right there with you. It would be easy to call it quits.
Yeah, I'd be. I mean, I can just speak from it on like such a small level, from like teams that mean nothing, right, in the long term, where I feel reset, and it's like, oh, I mean, what's the point in even putting in the extra work when, you know, it maybe feels like nobody's looking at that, nobody's seeing
Yeah,
it.
you have to start from, you know, zero essentially when every like new season, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's part of the reason why there's some comfort in, you know, Viz is a guy that I think I have a fair question in like what is he about right now? Like is what is his status? Is he competing long term? Because this last year has been sort of the stand-in for PA, or, you know, temporarily be part of party astronauts for like a long time, for like the entirety of 2024. And it's not like he's been bad there, but it always feels like a stopgap, and I wonder if that's the case now. It seems like, you know, from the communication I've read, that's not the case, that, you know, he's looking to continue forward, you know, as part of, you know, part of something a little bit bigger, which is cool to see, because I always felt like that over the course of 2024, that, you know, where is Viz as a player? I mean, I think people forget he's still a pretty young guy. I think he's 23, 24, something like that.
23, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, he's been, especially in the last like 4 years or 5 years, he's been around up at the high level, you know, with the stint in EG as well. But I think people don't realize that he's still got a lot to offer.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, absolutely. That's 100% true. That with Viz, right? Who, as you highlighted, has gone through a lot of like quick turnarounds in his career, from having to take breaks and coming back. And I think fortunately for this situation, you get to come back into less pressure. I think because again, you know, it's not like you're trying to. You are fighting for an organization with every map that you play and every best of three, but you don't have that organization kind of looming over your head of needing results so that you can continue to, you know, get your salary here. You got to work towards it, yes, but obviously, you know, there's some opportunities in that department for the future, and I think that's a good way to ease your way back into the scene there. For Fang, though, I mean, another incredibly young player. Like, I mean, it feels like it is also inevitable to see him, as he looks to continue to succeed, get back into like a big roster. If it doesn't happen with PA soon, right? You know, how long can he stick around with this squad with the amount of talent? Because he's only 22. I mean, he's incredibly young. He's got that experience, as we've highlighted from the very beginning of this matchup, and he's got some serious skill to rely on here. And obviously, you know, he's always needed those roles to be good for him. And I think that's, you know, the reason why he couldn't stick around in these like big teams like NRG and Complexity. But you know, can he develop better and better into that game here, where he can then deserve those positions over some of these pieces?
Yeah, I mean, I also think that, you know, he's a guy that this is another time for him to come out and prove it. And I mean, he's got the stats. I think that the eye test, it's a little bit less perfect than the stats would lead you to believe. So I think he's still got some growing room as
Yeah.
as we get back into this. Like you said, he's had some of those heights, but he's still a very young player, and that's That's clear when you look at his age. So it is with a lot of yapping that we get back into this action. It is Marsborn actually on CT side right now. Just got the HUD flip, but it's 4 rounds straight. The Party Astronauts have broken up before Binley dropped from the server. See if they can continue that.
Pretty quick scaling here. They're going to pop through the smoke, almost certainly. Decisive call off the back of a bit of an extended pause, and it works wonders for them as Viz targets so effectively, but Modem and Minus, a combo effort, shut this one down. And as good as that opener was onto Grizz, this time he does have a ton of backup, a ton of support. There's so many riflers ready and prepared to shut this play down. And there's any pullback here from Party Astronauts. The bomb is dropped in front of them. First recovery mission. You've already got the rotates, but Fang gets given one opportunity to open things up, and he nails it onto Woofy. Flashes go in there. Still looking to try and find the player. Back default. Modem keeping it in safe hands just in time as Fang was heating up. Modem cools him off.
Oh, that felt like a classic round that was just going to go the direction of Fang right there. Party Astronauts, they run into a 4-man A stack, and that's really what devastates them. I mean, I'm with you. Good call. It's one that you can really get behind, and the execution was good too. They really target Grizz, who has been up onto that balcony a couple of times, and you get the opening pick. But how can you continue winning when it's 2 more players running through a smoke into 3 gun barrels? That's what Marsborn had left on the A-bomb site after Grizz falls. They've got 3 guys watching that same angle. There's just no way the Party Astronauts are breaking their way through.
Yeah, I mean, there's just too much resistance right there. After all the conditioning that we've seen from Marsborn as well, I can't blame Party Astronauts for thinking, you know, that's an easy target. They've been starting 3B, almost 4B in terms of, like, the amount of utility backup that they have in that department. So, Party Astronauts looking to change the pace and then change the direction of the map as well with that A play, but you know, Marsborn just a step ahead in that scenario. Back to the triple B lean here, back to some phenomenal HEs, and Fang says, hey, let's not change what isn't broken here. Let's go back to our bread and butter, and that's flying up banana and taking some ground here. A lot of damage with the utility, 31 HP for Modem and 21 for Chop, so great start here, and Fang's just looking to continuously prod in.
That's a 2-way street. That's not just a one-directional, though, on the utility damage. Marsborn getting a ton in the other direction as well. Gotta keep that in mind. The PA grabbing a huge part of the map in Banana. The first times as well that we've seen the CT side up here. Wolfie. That meant to reinforce the A-bomb site. But a lot of gaps for Marsborn right now. Arch side is not open, but not got a lot in defense. It's leaning towards B, but that's where the attack's going to hit.
Oh, and the Fang pushes into CT spawn. He cuts off the rotates. Now the Molly starting to engulf them in flames. Modem still holding the line in the back of the site, but overwhelmed. And Party Astronauts, they keep the principles true here. They keep that poppy playstyle, throwing it in Marsborn's face, seeing if they're prepared for it. And that works perfectly for them. Fang running through multiple smokes into CT spawn to cut off the support system. In the meantime, it comes down to the site defenders getting isolated, getting mollied out of position, never getting a chance to activate for it to be shut down by PA.
How many times are PA gonna go into a 3-man hold essentially? Marsborn, it was the rotator was on the way. That was Minus, if I'm not mistaken. So it wasn't like they had 3 players on the site proper, but Minus could get into position to toss supported utility for Modem, and for backside player I think was Chop. Like, there's just a lot there that looks good in defense for Marsborn that Party Astronauts overcome. And that's happened time and time again, actually, on the B site.
They are consistently targeting this side of the map and getting rewarded for it as well. Even if there's multiple players here, even if there's those 3-man leans, he still managed to fight through that of stacking up setup. He's up, mollied out, didn't get a chance to pop a shot off last round here. No availability last round. Is going to try and shut down the early aggression that has been thrown at him consistently over towards B, and I think that's a smart redirection. There's another set of banana retake utility tossed in from Marsborn. Really living on that utility to gain control.
They haven't exactly moved off the back of it. Moving real slow. In meantime, Party Astronauts are going to have a lot of space here at bracket. So they've taken bracket in the whole time that Marsborn have inched forward just a little bit to stick Modem back up into the sandbag position.
Ooh. Great re-aggression that are coming through from brackets, and now they're getting the rotates involved. Wolfie trying to step through, trying to make his move, but he has an op. He can't make a move through that smoke there. It's a certain death around the corner, and as the smoke fades away, his teammates on A have dropped. So just a little late onto the scene here, forced into a retake. Party Astronauts gaining control of this site, and I think we know what's next here on Inferno. Certainly going to be a save of the AWP. And maybe Chop and Modem looking to upgrade in some form or fashion.
Yeah, I think hoping for that, but how much will they be able to get? I think only Fang is really required to escape here, depending on where this bomb was planted. It looks like everybody gonna move, though. And this is probably the right decision, overwhelmed with numbers. But gotta have your gun out to do that. Modem gets not just 2 kills, but $1,200 extra dollars. That's a nice to have. As if Wolfie didn't already have an op, they could afford another.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, most importantly right there, it's about punishing that T-side economy as much as possible, kind of surviving these late round losses that Marsborn is taking. Being able to do as much damage here in terms of the economy, gonna keep them in good spirits here as soon as they win a round. If they can get back on board. Party Astronauts just continuing to layer the setup here right now as Wolfie again puts himself in prime position to try and land an opening duel. This is out on the first connection. Goes for some wall bangs, and oh wow, a deep shot on the OG Wizard. There's a lot more resistance here. Fang is forward facing. Flashes continue to thrown down range here. Modem holding the line though so effectively. 1, 2, and a third now. Pistols out and a 4K from Modem. He's going for the AK there because he wants the ace. Eventually bested after long last. But Modem holds strong as can be here. Now Viz in a clutch. Wolfie falls and now Viz can take all that away from him. A 1v2 and an opportunity to scale in towards this B side. Some damage done through the smoke. He looks to plant the bomb. Can't get those digits in just yet. He has to trust that no one's flanking here. Just go for it. The Molotov is a little too delayed. He's going to elevate his angle. They're going to look to boost here. He's reading into it perfectly. He knows where the last is now. There's no secret about Minus's position, and he repositions in towards Coffins. Now he's got the element of surprise. Minus going to walk right into his angle. Viz will shut it down. A 1v4 to 1-up Modem's damage early. Party Astronauts continue.
I mean, that's incredible out of Fizz. How can you stop that? Just a little bit of an error to allow him the opportunity, and then it's just perfectly played. Try and get over the smoke, elevated position, and even that is right into. I thought they had won the round. I loved what Marsborn did. Fighting for Banana in a way they haven't. They've been so tentative, even trying to re-clear it, but barely willing to invest bodies towards that endeavor. And they send Modem in with all the backup he could ever want in utility. And he sings. He's done a beautiful job. And how is that not enough? The answer is Viz.
It's devastating, man. The answer is Viz. Mata, you got a feel for him right there. It's a heroic effort on that B site defense. All for the round just dropping to the wayside. That A4 from Modem. Just asking questions about what Viz can do as he jumps back into it. Well, a 1v4 here and playoffs is a big answer to that question. How he's getting back into the swing of things.
No longer part-time. He's in all the way. Full-time clutch. Marsborn devastated at that fact, but maybe this can be the different story. Once again, they got the opening. It's not quite the beautiful modem quad that we were seeing last time out, but it's a little bit more information as well off the back of Grizz. Now, mine is taking a lot of damage. That's towards Arch side. That's going to be a little bit problematic. Oh, that's a huge problem as Grizz dunks on Walco.
I land some wall banks here to answer back there. OG Wizard able to connect on the swing through pit. Wolfie still holding down the line and collects. So Midas comes through in rotation as well. Some safe hands. Shut things down. So Wolfie rewarded with an AWP to pick up and pick up the pieces after that last round.
The complexion of these wins for Marsborn have been a little bit problematic. You know, that last round would have been the, exception to that rule, but then they didn't win it. But this one, a whole different story. That round, all about having the availability, minus being a real nuisance at Arch side, putting a lot of damage down range and getting an opening pick. All of that's huge. And really helps Marsborn have the availability on the A-bomb site to play defense effectively, even when OG Wizard's hitting wall bangs onto Grizz through the half wall.
A lot of trials here towards the B side in terms of the progression. Even with 3 players, they've struggled to hold down the line. But Modem has been an incredible force to be reckoned with here in terms of shutting down and getting those multi-kills. 16-7 for them right now. They have got the rotations here for PA. They've got the 3rd man leaning over, so it weakens up that A side of the map. They're still remaining silent. They still have Wolfie's op to get past. That's the first point of contact. As soon as they take the fights towards bracket, they're going to have to deal with this op. Flash him off effectively.
Flash. That's the last one. They don't have any more. And Molotov going to buy some time. Oh, it's devastating, that jump. Cut down. Bin lead handles Grizz. There's nothing left on the A-bomb site defensively. Marsborn 3-on-3 here to retake. It's a little bit of a longer rotation for Chop, but he'll join the rest of his team.
A little bit steady here. We've talked about these rotations and retakes all coming through from the same direction. It's been a bit of a problem for Marsborn, so they're going to split it up a little bit. They have to worry about a very late activation from Fang. Modem is prepared for this, but he turns his back just in time for Fang to sink his teeth in. Now looking for more. Another headshot out of his tech. Finley still holding down. That line there takes care of Chop, and Party Astronauts move forward with an 8th round.
I mean, just an incredibly strong half from Party Astronauts, though. It felt like they, even when they didn't get the looks they wanted, I mean, this last round is a credit to how well Binley is reading into how Marsborn want to play this defense, but even when Marsborn had extra players there, it took minimum 3 to stop the attack wherever it may come. That's a huge credit over to Party Astronauts. That's exactly what they wanted to see. An 8-round T side is just a huge relief.
Yeah, that's a nice foundation here for CT side. I mean, again, felt like they were constantly developing as well, which is the most promising aspect here for Party Astronauts throughout that half. Look at this. 1 flashbang and 4 guns. I think Binley's going to wait for that contact before he tosses in that counter flash. But this means that Marsborn, or rather, Party Astronauts have to be quick on holding the line. Boost into the instant kill, and Grizz leads to a 1v4 there in terms of the firepower. And as he turns the corner, he bests the dual Berettas. That's going to make it easy there for Wolfie to clean up. 5v2 with minimal damage taken only onto Grizz, really. I think you're looking at saving your armor here, getting those FAMASs in the neck, something along those lines.
Gotta be. I mean, that's devastating that you have a double up there with 2 pairs of dualies. And PA don't, or rather Marsborn don't even flash the angle and they get nothing. Like, that's the worst case scenario for your party astronauts. You've put yourself in a position where you got everything you wanted, the dry walk-up banana into 2 dualies, and they didn't get a single kill for it. How? I mean, it's Grizz. Obviously. And I think that's a guy that flies under the radar maybe in our conversations thus far, but probably shouldn't. I think a huge addition in terms of young upside to Marsborn, a team that has, I think, had a lot of question marks coming in. I think that, you know, there was fair questions about kind of where Minus would be at, both individually and as a caller. And I think that the trio of Wolfie, Chomp, and Modem you could definitely rely upon, but who to fill in that last spot? And a young guy like Grizz with a ton of firepower at his disposal, it's something that I was very, very interested to see.
Absolutely. I mean, it looked like as much as he's kind of been limited in the scene here over the last couple of years, you know, watching him open up in the playoffs there in his opening match, it felt like he was answering a lot of my questions here in terms of, you know, how's he going to step back into the fight and how is he going to be able to call around the opposition. And I feel like he's developed already a pretty good game plan here. You know, dealing with Akimbo is no easy task for any team. Now you got to deal with PA a whole nother level, and in doing so, running into the bracket setup at the moment. A couple of kills there, going to force the hand of Benleet now to lock in a big defense of this B side because they're heading in.
Heading into anything too scary, though.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, the hardest part is trying to cross that smoke with all the flak screaming through it. They get through onto the site proper, and now party astronauts have the big advantage. HP starting to falter, but it's the bodies that fall for Marsborn as Modem feels like he's sort of giving up chances at this round. He could still find it, though. Another clutch, maybe. We'll see. He's got a lot done. Wait a second, Modem. He ain't finished yet. And it's Walco who's got to arrive on scene. No kit currently, and he will find it, but is there even able to get the defuse? No.
No.
Not the time, so that's Modem credited with the 1v4.
Well, hey, you know, when Modem got his last 4K and then got traded eventually for the 5th, it wasn't enough. But this time his 5th teammate, or 6th teammate, I should say, that time, that clock, and it can't be beat. You can't beat time there, so Modem able to close that one down. Just swinging forward there. Walco's still walking away with a little bit of value here in the Galil, but timeout must be called here. Party astronauts, I mean, oh, there we go. Our HUD's perfectly fixed, just as I was about to say it. You know, party astronauts, as they are nursing their lead at the moment, you know, forced by punish, especially with the setup. And now still having to deal with a dangerous Modem in the mix. That was your chance to quickly punch back and kind of sink Marsborn on this map, but they're still hungry, they're still scrapping, and especially Modem leading that charge.
I mean, the problem I'm having here with what PA just did is that they play it safe, and they do a great job of putting themselves in position to win that round. The problem is you can't then lose that round after playing it so safe. They do everything. They allow for Marsborn to get the space on the site, get the bomb plant, everything that comes along with that. You can't then lose that round. And, I mean, it's credit to Modem, no doubt about it, but also really felt like PA are utilizing just a lot of pieces in a very passive manner against that against that post plant.
A little bit hesitant, a little bit nervous. Now the rifle that was held onto, is eliminated. There's the other bit of armor taken down as well. And Shop popping things up, collecting some cash there. All the kills for the MAC-10s. Shop even upgrading onto a Galil, so some cash now being farmed for this comeback effort. Now there's only one round to close the distance here.
And here's where I'm looking to a couple of individuals, Cole. You know, talked about Walco, and I think that, you know, him having a step up in performance more recently has been important for Party Astronauts finding some more wins. That's something that I need to see here on the CT side. And then OG Wizard, you know, I'll give so many breaks to any AWP player on the T side, but it's the CT side now. And with the op in hand, you gotta see him.
I mean, gotta position yourself. Struggled to really lift off in the first half. Was able to find a couple of moments where he could get that op going, but it's that CT side, and you kind of have to control a lot of the map here with that gun. He's trying to do that right now. Position towards bracket, keeping his op in a forward-facing position. See if the utility comes through. Oh, he's disconnected. He was totally disconnected right there, unfortunately. Just as you call upon him. Some unfortunate circumstances here as now Viz is stuck with his back against the wall. He's been able to stand tall once before. Deletes a second kill.
How's he done that? How's he got Modem there? I mean,
This has to be a save.
I was gonna say, do you even want to step forward? I don't think so. It's even worse than it actually looks, as there was another smoke to be recycled.
Oh yeah, I mean that's really tragic. If you have, I mean, it felt like, you know, I don't know if he would have moved from that position. If he was flashed, he probably would have taken a shot and then fallen back inside the smokes.
No doubt.
So there's a lot of questions about, you know, what OG Wizard could have done there, but in a position where he really could have fired up with that op, and then unfortunately gets that disconnect as soon as we were talking about him. That's a really frustrating situation right there.
Yeah, no, I mean, and on the most important round of this half thus far, outside of the, you know, 1v4 that Modem put together, that's the best chance that PA had to turn this back around. Instead of the turnaround, it's Marsborn and an equalizer. That's just devastating.
It's got to equalize here. The playing field at the moment. Marsborn now all tied up at 8s. Able to take care of that round. You got this PA kind of saved AWP and saved rifle there for Fang. So giving that over to OG Wizard as he comes back into the server whenever he does. And then having Fang on a rifle. You do have your two most active pieces. The ones that you'd love to set up and try and get some motion on. With some firepower. And I think that's a good sign. They're going to buy around it as well, so.
I think it makes sense. I mean, they had the money for the most part to do that. So I think you mentioned a really important statement right there. OG Wizard Fang, the two most active pieces in this Party Astronauts team. I think we've really not yet seen them play that more active role on the CT side.
Yeah.
This is the round to do it, no doubt. For the fact that for the last year, you know, on his entire time with lag, it was like, can you stop OG Wizard from the swing? It's like, no, nobody can convince him to stop. We haven't seen that version of OG Wizard here tonight, and I think we need a little bit of that right here and now.
Yeah, I mean, this is technically going to be the first round he actually gets to operate with the AWP. So, I mean, finally having that firepower here, and hopefully he can, you know, stay in the server, as Party Astronauts have been a little bit plagued by some disconnects. One of them not costing them, the second definitely could have. Maybe should have, but yeah, as you get back into the swing of things here, OG Wizard back involved. We get everyone going once again. 4-man stack over towards this B side. And a great HE disrupts exactly what Party Astronauts were hoping to get away with right there.
And the fact
already
that
on the trek back. In fact, there's 4 players rotating back.
I can't believe that Marsborn get out of that like nearly unscathed in comparison to all the setup that was meant to be. It's just coming to nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that HE from the CT side, or the T side rather, just completely changed what the direction was of this round. Now they have complete faith that OG Wizard can contain all of this B side. Meanwhile, the bracket setup getting disrupted, and Grizz, with some stray bullets through the smoke, does collect. Bottom dies or disconnects over on the other side of things here, so we've just got a whole slew of tech problems, but we're still fighting forward into the site, and oh my god, a connection right there. Lineup from Viz, 2 quick headshots. He's on 18 health, and he's still fighting for his life. Down to 3 HP. He lets Fang get involved there. As Viz, a smile on his face, understandably so, he just is locking things down.
I mean, that's massive from a guy that we talked about, you know, coming into this, didn't have a lot of eyes on him, and he's been performing out incredibly here in CCT. Showing off for everybody watching and buying Party Astronauts a little bit of wiggle room. Round they couldn't afford to lose. They couldn't let Marsborn take a lead, and a lead they do not get. I do have a question. I do wonder what happened to Modem there. I guess maybe hit himself with some utility. I don't know. Either that or got back in the server fast enough that it wasn't paused.
Not sure. I would imagine it was a disconnect, because he was kind of, there wasn't like any bumping that could have taken place. He was so low. But yeah, I don't know. Interesting. No tech pause this time here. We just roll back right into the action. And again, this A side a little bit understaffed for now, but Fang is chasing on the flank here. It's about how quickly you can activate in this position as the A side is slowly collapsing. Grizz with a big entry. And now looking to spin, turn on the dive at his teammate that he's shooting at, but he catches some vision onto Binley, another one, and spamming through the smoke almost collects more. Fang can't chase on the flank, but OG Wizard does hold down the line, and now there's just a pit player. It's just Viz, as he's trying to buy time again. But this time he has no rotates. That support system has been cut off.
It's another round for Grizz where he's just causing so much chaos. Utterly unstoppable there, and I got very scared. Wolfie was taking a ton of time to duel Fang on that flank, and he was holding the bomb. So if Wolfie goes down, this round falls apart very fast. That said, fortunately for Marsborn, Wolfie takes the disengage, and will come back out with the rest of his team, clear out the A-bomb site of the final vestiges of Party Astronauts defense, and leave Fang on the outside, open to look back in for an exit frag. An exit frag that he'll get.
Bit of a risky exit right there. Definitely want him on an AK as much as possible, but lands it. Gets away with his life there, so I guess no harm, no foul. An extra kill. OG Wizard still with op money. You just know it's going to be an investment. You know they're going to buy into this one. Resistance has to continue here. Continue to be called upon. But there is a huge step up from Grizz on an individual front. Having the access here a couple of rounds in a row where he's been able to turn some very difficult shots into some big opening picks for his squad, and been fighting forward on this A side effectively, so if he can get a whole lot more of that, Marsborn, I've got a ticket into a winning formula here on Inferno.
It's a tough time at hand here for PA, and that's for their economy. They can't afford another loss like that. Can't really afford to start to lose track of this game at this critical juncture either. Pressure starts to be applied. Full control for T side on Banana. The Astronauts are pretty well split in their default stance. 3A, 2B. And with the 4-man now assembling outside of Banana, Marsborn look to set their sights here. We'll see what OG Wizard can do. Here's that chance that he's been waiting for.
Ready to step up a well-placed smoke, though. Sometimes can make your life a little bit more difficult with that op. But for now, it's just creating some hesitation. And there's another smoke that could be recycled here from Binley. He'll throw that in. About 25 seconds. There's nothing to lose here if you hold on to it. Flash being ready. He's trying to open up that support system here for OG Wizard. Off the flash, he collects a lot of blinded up players. But OG Wizard pinned to the wall. So is Binley. Nothing out of that B defense right there. And Marsborn, again, call upon this entry prowess of Grizz. And now Minus. As they take the lead here on Inferno.
This calls into question everything about this series. My thoughts is that this goes the distance, but without Inferno, do PA have that ability? Because now they lose the lead. Been hanging on to it, working through it. Struggles and tribulations all the same, but now 10-9, this bomb explosion. Just a devastating loss. There was 2 total flashbangs for Marsborn's attack on the B site right there, and it was just enough to catch, at the very least, OG Wizard, who was blinded by Wolfie. And as we saw, just maybe you could say a little bit unlucky, but Binley with no possibility to actually play defensively there. He's just trying to be the sacrificial lamb. He's hoping for one. More is amazing, but
Yeah, I'll say as a principle for those like the B side, right? You want to have, either both players operating in front of the smokes or both players operating behind them with, some way to get involved. Not always like a rule, but definitely when there's like 20 or so seconds, I think Party Astronauts and Binley there in that B side defense were really reliant on the idea that they were going to respect that smoke. A little bit disjointed there when you have to flash through a smoke to then try and get involved. Some really quick entries, right? From again, Grizz, having a lot of impact. Now, Viz just saying, hey, I'm having a good game. Let's try anything. Let's get active. And face-to-face here. What is happening, Grizz? HE's the smoke, blows it open. But there's one inside of Mexi with him. And Grizz surprises. Now Viz still firing up here. Has managed to take 2 in the chaos, in the confusion.
This is another moment for Walco, who just can't afford to go down with nothing there, and he does. Things alone. It's a 1v3, and he's spotted, removed. Minus with 3 gets a huge heads-up duel against Walco that I think in my mind is what seals the round. But it's Viz back turned. And then Fang in the flames. Marsborn for 11. And PA, well, Inferno might just have been a trap.
This T-side has been incredible here. Only a single defensive round here for Party Astronauts at the moment. And it comes down to Viz. Viz is actually just trying to do everything for this team to get them activated on this defense. And so far, he has done so much on this CT side. That last round, an example, but only a single defensive round. You're gonna have to have a little bit more structure, a little bit more support here. PA. Can't be a one-man show, so you got Fang pushing down Banana. He's getting active. He's taking control of the map. And that sort of trust is something that you desperately need here.
Fang's held that position so many times, very often been effective in having it, but as you've just highlighted, there's not the rounds to back that up. That's a chunky HE. Fang's gonna have some utility as well to drop here once the going gets tough as Marsborn creep up.
Still just such a silent approach here, and it's a well-placed smoke. I think they just made some noise, though, dropping off. I don't know if that's been registered from Fang, but they're certainly calling in for a couple extra rotates right now. Even Walco looking to kind of cheat over towards the side of the map. Molly goes straight inside the smoke, though, so it's not going to stop anyone. And Fang, again, going to be left on a bit of an island here, hoping that the setup can come through there. Jumping into the fray. Again, Binley looking to sacrifice his life, but this time Fang in the back of the site. A lot more effective, a lot more efficient. Walco looking to inch his way forward. Bomb is being planted. Gonna get the digits locked in here. Still a 2v3. Still Modem in the server, but not for long. Swalco collects him in the fate of the smoke here. And Wolfie now in a clutch. A 1v3 asked of him, but gets bested. As we call upon him here, Fang able to step up to the plate and have a massive defensive round.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same principles you were just talking about with regard to Bin Leet in the setup. Instead of the AWP, though, he's got Fang, who's unblinded, dodges out in that flashbang, and he's available for a triple. That's exactly what he needed. And you know, that's why you can see essentially the same round play out defensively for Bin Leet's perspective. And the difference is so incredible. Just having the rifle there, where, I mean, honestly, the op could have worked too. Just didn't.
You also have that, you know, supportive flash that comes through with the quick rotate. CT spawn from Walco over the new box there that helps out a little bit. So there was a little bit more support system there for Party Astronauts to succeed, to make sure that Fang was set up so that he could get a multi-kill. And, you know, again, there's a lot more trust, I think, in Fang and his ability to lock in these big spray downs, these big multis, his massive defense when called upon here. But this time, again, it's going to have to be Viz, as Fang able to delete one on the flow open of the smoke, but they're already too quick into this bomb site. Collapsing in, Fang looking to be a hero, but Minus with some spam denies his play. Gonna subtract him from the round here. Bomb is down, though. Oh boy, that's a whole new problem now for this Marsborn squad as it gets collected by Fang on the end of the round there. He's still looking to hold down the line, but a Molotov. An OG Wizard stepping forward, but gets surprised by the angle from Modem, and now just Binley with the world on his shoulders to avoid going up against map point. He swings for the fences, but Modem has just been too sharp in this map.
I mean, the struggles of OG Wizard in this series right now are just so clearly on display, though. You know, that's a position, a dream position in so many situations for an AWP. Has the bomb, they knows where they're coming from, has coverage from arch side. No indication of a flank forming. Just has the shooting gallery potentially and goes down with nothing. That cannot be happening. Should be where stars align and PA shine. Instead, Marsborn that currently brighter than ever.
So many different answers here now for Marsborn as well, trying to get this across the finish line. Talk about Grizz and his step up in the second half. Still see Modem as such a force to be reckoned with, but now Chop finding some entries as his apartment lurk has been working in that last round. Even though Fang throws a wrench in the system. So much more work left to be done. Party Astronauts need 2 in a row to survive this map, and it doesn't look like Marsborn show any interest in slowing down here. It's the same similar setup. We've seen this before. Binley and Fang in the same positions they were the last time the rounds went successful. And they get it done again here. Binley trying to fight from coffins. This time again, Binley able to provide some extra support, but Grizz takes care of 2. And all the while, Chop on the other side of the map was able to collect one. So one less rotate here and a man advantage now for Marsborn in this round.
Chop's already on scene, so it's not even a momentary reprieve.
Oh.
Party Astronauts, they've got all 3 to contend with here in a moment. Chop just maintaining the fact that there's no control towards Banana. Seen, spotted, that's 2. Confirmation. Should know that Chop is here as well. And now it's a confirmation. Now it's for sure. But still, clearing this out, it's difficult when Wolfie steps forward, and when Grizz has a third, it's the triple out of Grizz. And it's an incredible half that Marsborn put together after struggling to lift off initially. They bring it back on Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, what a great T side here. Again, question marks around what this team is capable of here. There's so many XPA players on this Marsborn roster. There's so much history in between these two teams. And there's, a little bit of, a question. Can Minus call through a great T side? Can he give them something to work off of here? And he was able to perfectly manipulate those rotates. They had the players, they had the inches, they had Modem with a monster map step up to the plate there and pick away the map pick of Party Astronauts. That is such a massive start to this series here for them, and now looking to carry it forward into Dust 2. But before we get there, we do have Marky ready to break things down for you.
Well, here I am, and just such a crazy opener that we do have on display here, as we're into this thing. When it will fit in the name card eventually, don't worry, we'll chop it down. Ladies and gentlemen, it was the game that was all up to discuss with the stakes of this, how we were going to start in this series. And individually, it started with Fire, and it started with Marsborn really calling to action with limited Inferno experience. I mean, particularly with the experience, right? I mean, if I can hand out an MVP trophy for anybody, particularly in this game, it was Matem, right? You see his name through the scoreboards, has crazy looks onto a map like this. But PA, I mean, all on this B banana area, we're absolutely covering this thing, and it wasn't rocket science, right? I mean, all you really got to do is strengthen numbers, and you got to hit the shots. And I mean, how many of these members they were coming out of was really very impressive. But I mean, what was Marsborn literally built off of? The idea of trying to regenerate this team with the strength individually, right? You bring in Grizz just to go and farm, right? Wolfie isn't an IGL anymore. He was going absolutely crazy just in this game. Can't really point to like him on the op. I mean, it's him with the rifle. It's Wolfie wherever he needs to be, right? Turning around and, finding some players with the Tech 9 all the way down banana in this thing if he needs to. But in this first half, it was very interesting, right? PA, they looked great at the beginning of this Inferno, and it was very interesting, right? Because the only time it was Marsborn able to crack in were rounds like this, and this was the craziest round of the first half, right? Matem gets this insane hold at the top of B, and then Viz gets a 1 versus 4. It was absolutely ridiculous, and that's when you had PA go ahead and chop down this A side, and you're going, all right, when are we gonna go ahead and try and turn this thing around, right? You get these opening kills, but the rifles respond, and they respond well. But the end of this half was definitely awkward up the stretch. You could start to see that it was maybe laying into Marsborn, because I mean, if you watch right there, if you're watching with us live, the X-ray, I mean, Matem literally lost that on such a close timing. Fang just so mobile there with the Tech 9 and just absolutely let it bang. I mean, these guys were absolutely electric on that. But you go into that pistol, right? In that post plan, that B hit that came up, it was a 5v2. Marsborn blew him out of the server. It really was a tease as to what was going to come in this half, right? And that's not hyperbole. I mean, it really was Marsborn's real estate over here towards banana more than it was the Party Astronauts, using the strength of their rifles. I mean, we talked about Matem and a couple of those post plants too. I mean, particularly, right, here's another highlight, just ridiculous here from the Galil, and even just outlasts him, does finish out that round. But it's, Marsborn that start to chop themselves up back into a game like Inferno. It's interesting that it's not very one-sided, right? As Cole has mentioned very many times in this matchup, because I mean, it's really crazy how many parallels there are, right? I mean, maybe not have officially played for them. I mean, Grizz for some time, lots of players, right? It's pretty crazy how many of those tales we can really sail in a series like this, to when this does get into a dogfight, getting back and forth and seeing who rises to the top. And maybe, unfortunately, it's a little bit of the warier part of Party Astronauts that you look to step up, right? It was Walco that was unfortunately struggling as an individual heavily in this series, but unfortunately right there next to him, and you just see Grizz terminating them in the server right at that instance, was OG Wizard, right? That op was certainly a missing presence for that Party Astronaut side, but they got this far, and this is what I'm talking about with Wolfie particularly. He was able to handle business just himself with everything happening with Marsborn. And I mean, even with this comeback online, it wasn't PA that just turned off and fell right over. There was the middle of this half where they really started to turn this thing up, and in 21, it was the Wolfie 1v3 that looked like he was online. It's canceled out. And then you start to get a little bit worried where, I mean, it's Matsum that's put online with this. He drags his team across the finish line to get that 12th. It was amazing that you see it wrapped up here. This is when Wolfie was, chucked out of that 1v3. But it was beautiful to get chalked up there. Matsum does put them to 12. And that's what we talk about, right? I mean, this is where you see the veto and you see the call to action by Marsborn having to endure on this Inferno in order to come back hot on the other end. And notable that their individuals are all clicking. I mean, when you build a squad that is, mainly comprised of guys that have been known for, star fragger roles, right? Matsum, Chop, and Minus. I mean, I didn't even get to mention Grizz, really Grizz instead of Chop there, to be honest with you. But Chop putting up great stats on the, back end of his undone side, and Minus, right, was just so consistent from Arch. How are you going to be able to shut this full team down on Dust 2? It's probably not going to happen. We're going to have to see PA bring their best spring to this, right? If there's any map that OG Wizard can turn it around on individually, right? In Opera's Paradise, he's going to have the key to. So, going to be a lot of stakes here that are going to be raised into map 2. We got Dust 2 here in about 8 minutes time. We will be right back. So stay tuned for PA to potentially get this reverse sweep. Welcome back after that absolutely crazy dogfight we just had on Inferno. Back and forth, the tale of two halves, the tale of two comebacks, but it's Marsborn that wrestled it out at the end. We head on to Dust 2, where Cole, I gotta ask you about their chances to potentially put this thing out 2-0 on their map pick.
I mean, I'll say there's a decent little chance that they could do that here. They looked incredibly well versed against Akimbo. As I've highlighted, Marsborn having the firepower right now to fight forward up against priority astronauts is a really promising sign. They survived a 1v4 in which Modem, kind of did so much to get them to a position, and then they still closed out in the second half. They still had the mental capacity to close out, and that just goes to show that this roster is full of grit. To put a positive spin for PA, I think that they had a very developed game plan on the T side. I feel like they were able to out-call around their opponents as opposed to kind of outshoot, but either way, I think Marsborn are firing on all cylinders right now.
I mean, it does certainly look like it, right? Matum staying above the rest, but nobody really an outlier, which is definitely an intimidating sight. But unfortunately, there were a couple, right? And I don't mean to go and just pick out a couple of the bad performances, but I mean, Walko was struggling on the rifle. That was noticeable. But OG could have seen more of that scope, Vincent. Obviously, we're headed on to Dust 2. Do you see that as a possibility to pop off in this second map?
I mean, I think it's got to be. I think that's got to be something that you lean on if your party astronauts need to get that firepower rolling. That's for sure.
I mean, that is for sure. That is for sure. We're going to see exactly where we let off to begin. It's going to be Marsborn who look to start on that offense. Vincent and Cole, this should be a banger. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Dust 2 here. After watching them, just a couple days ago there, Marsborn, watching how effective they looked on Dust 2 versus a team like Akimbo. See if they can continue those results here, especially if it means a 2-0 over PA as out of the gates. Minus showing some of that utility here. Fang will instantly answer back, though, with a quick peek forward on the catwalk. Some headshots collected. I believe it wallbang there, but they still collapse in on this defense. They've got a late long lurk in Grizz that taps Viz away long range. And OG Wizard forced to cower away and spawn. Hope that they give him fights, which they certainly will. A little obliged there. Minus wanted it. But I think this still leaves him in a situation here where he's not healthy enough to get past these three players. 26 HP on the outside looking in on a smoke. He goes for a reposition. He's still giving this one a look, though. Doesn't have a kit. He's got the time limited. What do you do here?
I mean, look for a kill or two. I feel like time's already expired.
Yeah.
Giving him a lot of fights, but all three together is just too much to handle. That's minus, though. Another round where, I mean, I was so impressed with his performance individually on Dust 2 previously. He's got a triple kill in the pistol, breaks open mid, an early dismissal, and Fang, who, was poised, had some help there towards the end, doesn't even get anything done. It's another 2 kills to make sure the A-bomb site has no real defense set in stone with Grizz as the fallback plan. I mean, that's a beautiful opening to the second map. For Marsborn, it's just picking up right where they left off.
Counter flash here, but Chop is already ahead of it. He's past flat right now. That's unbelievable. Scaled so quickly past the point in which they could react here and walk on the other side of the map. USP. Get any kills for his troubles. Needs a headshot. Needs something. No, not gonna happen there. Wolfie will chase him down with a Mac 10. Actually, it's Modem. Hides at long range. And confidence building around there for Marsborn as they don't lose anybody to that little flash play they had going towards long. Get into the gun rounds fairly quickly here in this map.
Yeah, I hate to go back and hit the same point here, but I think Mark is right when he says that we do have to see more from OG Wizard and from Walko. I mean, OG Wizard, I think, potentially set up for a lot more success on a map like Dust 2, but
it was only Viz last map, and maybe in a couple of situations Fang, but it really did feel like impact on that CT side. It was only Viz.
Yeah, I mean, Fang was providing, I think, a good amount of work. He was fulfilling his role, oftentimes getting a lot of space and holding that position, but then he's rotating into just entirely gone sites. There's just no retake potential there. And of course, like you talked about, Some big moments from him defensively on beat at times, but nice flashbang. Ooh, unfortunate. It was supposed to be Minus at the forefront of that move, but he gets blinded, and so it all starts to get stalled out in that moment. And instead of a fully blind Fang up in the corner, they run out and meet death. Both Grizz and Minus.
Oh, OG Wizard just, I think, sticking around there a little too long. That's a difficult position to play from right there. He ends up falling, collapsed to the Xbox peak. He does a little bit of damage there on the chop, but they're still looking to scale here. How effective can the utility be? Molly's on the money to force him off the ramp position and into a fight that Fang is not comfortable with. So it turns into a 5v3 into a 3v3, quickly into a 3v2 now, as they double swing into Binley. Wako trying to save this round, overexposed by the blowing up of the smoke. Playing right on the edge here, looking to call upon Viz as well alongside him, but they triangulate. They've got their backs covered, and Chop blasts Walco out of the server with a burst of his Mac 10. Now just going to be Viz left standing, and he gets overwhelmed by the swing. Marsborn continuing to fight their way through difficult situations, and Party Astronauts left high and dry.
Yeah, big mistake, though, defensively. OG Wizard just caught in the open. This is just not a position that I want to see him playing, is that far forward on Cat when you have a 5-on-3. There's just no reason to take a risk like that. And then you got to give Marsborn credit. They're never allowing for EA to get a singular fight. It's always more than one swinging at the same time. But it's just a lot of space that Party Astronauts give once OG Wizard goes down as well. Like, they're also very passive, and it allows Marsborn to take fights on their own terms.
Absolutely. When they get that space, I mean, you can see how they forced Fang into such an uncomfortable position, even in the 3v4 with the utility that they throw in.
They had no smokes approaching that Cat take. Marsborn. Zero.
Yeah. Big flash play here up the catwalk, though. A good equalizer back for Mono, but he takes a lot of damage for his troubles, and this time a little bit of discipline instilled. They will back out. Avoid losing any further fights here. Fang gonna fade away into mid, now holding that defense. Good position to be for your 5-7.
Oh, but Marsborn could take a really good decision here. If they end up just going back towards A, Leak could be targeted. He's solo.
Playing in the middle of sight right now, that's potentially going to be a problem here considering the long scale. Chris has been so patient waiting, but Fang does get a little active. He's pushed his way through mid doors right now.
Gun grabbed.
Puts Chop's life on a bit of a timer at the moment. It puts Binley the difficult task of holding down the line. I think he's finally been spotted by that AWP. They know exactly where he is, and he gets overwhelmed. Chop's still fighting up from catwalk. It's that flank from Fang. It does formulate, and it does have impact here. A successful one at that, but met by an instant flash. A face full of white. And they're saving.
Yeah, this wasn't a real investment round for PA to begin with. So, not even necessarily realizing that it's Modern with the op at long, but understanding that there's an op and it's planted for long. That's just the fight that I don't think is worth very much time. Dude, Grizz is playing a very good game of Counter-Strike here tonight.
A great series.
It's not even just the fact that he's not hitting like the numbers like Modem is or anything crazy, but fashion in which he's hitting some of these frags are pretty incredible. The carefree nature of the swing and the ease with which he's hitting them.
I mean, he's been very swift with some of these opening picks. Also just, you know, again, a little bit of discipline here shown from Grizz when he takes that long control and he contains it for the whole round. So then Minus, if he's caught in a situation where you have to reroute the call, you have the availability to say, hey, let's go back towards the long. Let's change it up a little bit here. Fang. Back of a Mr. Molly here could be a bit of a dangerous position, but he's trusting in his ability, trusting in his aim. And you're not going to expect this. He hears the push through. Suicide, but Wolfie connects. What a devastating blow. As OG Wizard hits the deck just the same. And just as quickly. What a reaction there. How did Wolfie make that work?
I've got no idea. Just such a quick flick is all that was required. And you're also just left wondering, OG Wizard on such an island there. He's playing the supportive element for Fang. And you hope he can activate off the back of Fang's position and his, you would presume a connection. But neither of those happen. It's a 5v3. Born again with a lot of advantages. This re-clear upper B is going to be good for Party Astronauts, but this should start to incline Marsborn to accelerate on the A bomb site. And if they get across,
speeding it up.
Yeah, if they get across here, I don't even know that PA can really go for it.
I think you're right. They've been very heavy on the saves. That's a huge lifeline. That's a bomb. Also falling in the smoke, so they have to go and risk that a little bit. Recovered quickly by Minus, but that is your window of opportunity just opening up right there with the spam connected. A little delay in the bomb plant. But wow, Grizz just holding the spray connects, and it might have been a trap. It might have been a lure. A kill that then makes sure that they can't save as many weapons. Bentley knows when to fold them with the AWP. He's gonna bail out of this one, but devastating finish right there off the back of a fiery start. Wolfie's still flawless on this map, but what an opener to set the tone for the round.
I mean, just where is Party Astronauts on an individual level right now? I think that is the biggest problem that's facing them in Dust 2. There's others, some micro mistakes that we've highlighted, that we've talked about, some difficulties in trying to grab backspace, or when Marsborn get the site, trying to have even an opportunity for a retake is difficult. But beyond all of that, you got OG Wizard and Fang at the beginning of that round playing like they can be the best player in the server, and I know that they are capable of that, but neither of them performing at that level right now.
Well, I mean, it's just on the countermeasures here from Marsborn, a perfect flash to make sure that OG Wizard can't get an opening duel or even a shot off because he's flashed. And then, a crazy shot onto the Fang, to be fair to him. But I'm with you. As we highlighted, two most active pieces, not given a chance to succeed, not given a chance to thrive here. But there you go. Just needed a little totem pole, a bin lead underneath him to lift OG Wizard up. And he's got the opening pick that he so desperately wanted in that last round.
And there's Fang. He's the only other man with a rifle in this one. He's just got the other pick that they required. 5-on-3, but this time instead of Marsborn in the lead, it's PA.
Oh, Grizz has done it again, though. He's out long. Trying to cover his backside there, but able to collect it. Now OG Wizard into a molly and into another miss. And Grizz punishes severely. 2 kills on his lurk towards long, but Walco deletes one. Buys time for this catwalk flank to strike once again. And Fang, successful, puts it into a clutch for Grizz, in which he has to recover the bomb. A delayed mission, and with low HP, only got 1 flashbang to provide a little bit of resistance. So that goes in, blinds up Fang. But a duo on catwalk, they're just gonna swing. Take the fight on their own initiative and close it out quickly there for Viz to finish the job and seal the deal for Party Astronauts to get on the board.
Finally get OG Wizard involved. That's exactly what you would hope to find. And he's sticking around despite the blind. It's flashed off and comes back again on a timing to catch that opening frag. He and Fang making up for lost time. On the outset of round number 6 is round 7 underway, and I need a little bit more where that came from. But the first stopping point for Marsborn has been found.
See, they can get back into the mix. If they can continue to rely on OG Wizard, I mean, he did land that opening duel. He stuck around. He was confident. But as they try to regress along, then you see a couple of missed shots, and you wonder if that dents the confidence. Fortunately, they still escaped that round with their life. Grizz, who's been so effective on his long crawlouts, he's been effective and active, is this time shut down by a crazy off angle for Binley. My God.
I mean, rolling that back 2 seconds. Less than that, and Modem's getting a freebie through the smoke. He's gonna keep going. He's got the bomb. Now that's down out in the open. There's no other choices. You gotta scale in this direction. But still to best OG Wizard.
Oh my
God.
God.
The cutoff. Minus might have it.
Got one.
Still gotta grab the bomb, but he's still getting frags. There's another one here. I've been leaked in the open scene and removed is Minus. Now Wolfie. Where can he find this success?
Takes it.
Oh. Doesn't even want to commit.
Can't do it there. Oh my God, he doesn't even fake it out. He just catches Binley scaling. And it's maximum confidence right now from Marsborn. It's maximum confidence from everyone. And there's a 2v5 that just falls at the hands of this time Minus and Wolfie combining their efforts. As Marsborn have every answer to the PA problems that are being sent their way.
Should never be that close. Minus is so incredible there. He's not even anticipating a fight, but he gets 2 of them and wins them both in the wish and the hope to find the bomb, recover that, and head towards B. Most just walks in blindly, thinking, oh, I'm gonna get the bomb, and finds some fights, and then dominates them.
That's gonna be a Party Astronauts roster that's rattled here. Interestingly enough, though, now using the second timeout here for Marsborn. Only got one left here. They have built themselves a decent little lead. I tell you what, though, I mean, it is exactly the continuation here. It just feels like Party Astronauts are severely outgunned.
I mean, that was the worry for me coming into this team, this iteration of this team, that is. And unfortunately, right now, seeing those worries be a reality. Slightly off of the traditional boost. Marsborn to get Wolfie's op elevated. To get more of a tentative duel, it's not actually going to come to fruition, but an attempt. I mean, this is the dream setup, though, for Party Astronauts. They've got OG Wizard on A, so if the cat exec comes through again, you know, he's got to have the support, potentially of Binley. Setting your opera up.
Largely on OG Wizard's shoulders right now to succeed from this position, and he connects on the first. There you have Chris scaling out again. Binley having his number. Call upon him in these last couple of rounds. So OG Wizard eventually forced off there. No more shots popped out, but Fang pops through the smoke, and a no-scope from Wolfie who can do no wrong. Trying to play around the edges of this smoke here. Wolfie looking to provide coverage for the player that's just planted the bomb. And so tense around the smokes. He goes for another wild swing and a miss on this one, but doesn't miss for long. As Walco sidelined, his flank now vulnerable. He has to ignore it all and just go for these kills. Chop is still standing on the site proper as Wolfie plucks them out of the server piece by piece, picking them off, as now it's just Chop in the back of the site. And you can rely on him as Wolfie continues to fire up for his team. Chop is just the cherry on top.
Don't swing, don't swing. That's what Wolfie's saying. Over to Chop on the site. I've got it, I have it, and he does every time. What a crazy time to turn around there for the no-scope. And these are just so quick. I mean, Wolfie hitting everything put in front of him for the most part. That one looked like it was on target. Low HP, sacrifices himself for the trust in Chop, and trust that is absolutely deserved.
Wolfie, man, this is, tip-top form here. He is hungry to shut down this PA roster. And we know how explosive Oppers can be on Dust 2, but a step ahead of the pack and a level above PA right now in every form. They're going to regress here. Flash dodged by Modem, and Trust in the setup here. He's going to be punished. Nice AG bounce there from Binley. Managed to land that one. Needed a double, though. As Viz steps up with an HE kill. But oh, Chop scaled out. It's this duo once again. This deadly duo, Chop and Wolfie. And that sneak through B is going to be rewarded with a kill. Just going to be on Binley's shoulders. Low on HP. Needed that connection onto Chop quickly. He doesn't have the health to tank through, so Marsborn survive a bit of a scare, but continue their winning ways.
I mean, that could have gone wrong. Chop really taking a very aggressive fight that he doesn't have to. Given a chance over to Party Astronauts, but yeah, almost nothing going right. 2 HE kills as well for PA that round. That even that isn't equivalent to a round win. Marsborn looking for their 4th straight Dust 2 victory, and it's looking like they're setting up for that again.
Binley, this time with a lot more resistance. It's not just one player pushing that smoke, but instead 3 taking charge. Grizz calling in for a little bit of a backup.
Finally targeting Binley, who's had so much success there in these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, again, a great change of pace here from Osborne. Continuing to pluck up on the tendencies here. Binley falling into a lull of only having to go up against 1, but this time, a lot more. Volleys go in. Seeing that trajectory, though, they identify a player towards Gandalf. Chop, sneaky move up catwalk. Almost gets away with it, but denied by Viz and his aggression. Bomb will be planted. Another opportunity here for the Opera to shine in Wolfie. It's planted for Platt. He's looking to help out his team here. Now needs to get a little active here. Needs to pull the pin on some aggression. The player from CT spawn surfaces. Walco able to step up in this retake. It goes swimmingly for PA. Hold down the line here. We'll get to 2 now.
I mean, a massive credit for, I think it was Viz, who just exists for so long on baskets, basically. He's just tossing a smoke out here and searching. Actually, that was OG Wizard, who survives forever. And he gets the backup that he requires. Wolfie knows that, the numbers are against him if it's a 1v4. He from Pit try and play against that, so it's a little bit more active and pays the price. First time that Marsborn have been bested in a very long time. And that's enough. Get them off of rifles, believe it or not.
Oh. There's your game plan. Got eliminated there. A nice shot from OG Wizard, and it's this combo. Walco also getting involved. Only a single casualty there. Walco will eventually fall, but Party Astronauts coast by it here. Saving for the last round of half is Marsborn, but a little bit of a lifeline here opening up for PA as they find some ground to stand on.
No op for Wolfie to lean in on this round, though. Something else to look towards. OG Wizard might have a little bit of an advantage. It's OG Wizard out towards long. Party Astronauts, no matter what's gone wrong, they have been very active the majority of these rounds on Catwalk, and Fang makes it no different in round 12.
Yeah, OG Wizard, not too far behind him either. Riding this resistance. So Fang baits him in, he lures him. Saying, hey, there's no op on Catwalk. You can contact it. You don't have to use any flashes. You can just peek.
I don't think they've got
There's no worry. Even better for OG Wizard. It's Grizz. Looking to be the initiation. And, a missed shot. Forced him to fall off. So they survive the contact approach for now. They also get Fang inside of this CT spawn so that, and he's limited participation on the play. He does get leveled out by Minus on an entry. The flank comes through, but Modem adjusts quickly. This B side is falling. They win on all fronts. It's just Wako standing and offered up a little bit of resistance. Spam through the smoke eventually will fall. An OG Wizard, he had a chance to open up this round. He couldn't connect, but can he close it now?
He's got the kit. The Molotov picked up as well. Bottom, though, gets across, slaps him down. That's exactly what was needed. A little clutch at the end from an OG Wizard.
What a clutch it was right there. Running into that B side is no easy task, but up to it. As Young Gun gives Party Astronauts their 4th round. And much needed. Walco also with a massive defense. Look at this though. OG Wizard so careful about how he dices up these fights, knowing there's always going to be that contact game. Understands it here. Shows so much experience in a young player right there with that one. And for as much of a difficult half as he has had in some decision making, that clutch, it has to build up some hope, some momentum, some heart for PA.
One would think so. You watch your youngest player step into the clutch like that. Now he's at the forefront. A P250 and Minus. That's a kit gone. Going to be difficult to recover that at the moment. As Grizz pressured off his supportive position on Catwalk and no longer refrag.
Sentinel a little bit more passive here, looking for his chance. No way he gets away with this amount of space. Overlooked for a little while there. Eventually Walco will come through. You start to get an idea as to where the remaining players are. Modem dodges a flash. Still has his distance. Fang now pressed upon in upper tons as Chop is fearless and punishes the lower peak first. Fang retreats. And the collapse through tunnels is... Oh, it looks like... we're getting back into it. Modem in a 1v2, it appears. He looks to fight forward and is eliminated, so at the end of the day, Party Astronauts will escape. And they'll get by.
So much work done initially. It felt like that re-aggression for Chop. He does a wonderful job, but honestly sticks around maybe a little too long in upper tons. Was really committed to that, had the backup, so you can really understand where he's coming from, why he's doing that. But with that being said, it's isolated easily. And lets PA start to chop and change. Some of those kills. Swift up mid, zooming. Ooh, nice shot. And it seems like this is no problemo. Party Astronauts. USP's had no chance.
I mean, dealt with these right there. That's a good sign. Party Astronauts, not too many numbers taken off there, so be able to hop into this gun round very quickly, get right back into the mix. Marsborn put to the task of the same position that PA were in the first half of Inferno. Having to lock it down to close out, and in doing so would close out this series if Marsborn could collect. His first gun round missing a lot of tools here, including a Wolfie Op. He just continues to be forced to a little bit further and further back in this play.
Yeah, but you know, it takes Fang's pretty much entire kit to get to that position. Maybe not as expensive as you would have hoped, but still something. Foregoing that position. V-Smoke trying to get up ahead of it as Wolfie. A little bit of damage, moves away from it, blinded though, and now Wolfie comes through. It's Chop and Wolfie, a dynamic duo. As Chop lines up too, even gets a look at a final member in Walco, who scaled out towards the B site. But he's got so much ahead. Gotta collect the bomb. Gotta collect all 4 kills, as that's the start, but tagged low.
Give him room to work with. You're right. He is tagged low. That's going to make this very difficult. We're just playing a timing game. Does only need a single bullet. And it's, again, this combination effort, man. Chop and Wolfie, when you get those two involved in any situation, it feels like the round is in the hands of Marsborn. This time, Chop having to do the heavy lifting in the kill department, but Wolfie steps through and he just provides that one kill that protects him, gives Chop a little bit of extra room to work with. And that's a huge difference maker.
They haven't yet even tested towards long where Grizz waits. Should that be something Party Astronauts want to work towards? Goodbye. Seems like another day at the office for Marsborn. As I said, they're working on their 4th straight Dust 2 win. That's what this would be today.
Feels like this team would have a, already a decent map pool built in from what we're seeing from Marsborn here. Being able to pluck out Party Astronauts map pick, then showing the amount of success that they've had back-to-back days here on Dust 2. Versus Akimbo last time we saw them, and then another playoff match where they bring the T side. They start off a defensive success as soon as they can, but this is a change here. Instead of going mid to B, it's now Modem who you're trusting in right now to cover long range. Been effective with the A4 here, but he's got to work with the A1S right now. You might have to give some space over to this T side, met by a lot of flashes, a whole host of them. And he is going to have to concede some ground.
It is. Really struggles through that fight. A lot done. But it's the quick collapse onto Catwalk. They still got Monument long. This is scary here for Party Astronauts. And whoa, what a shot! Grizz on 1 HP hits that. A banger under the A side of the map. It's Modem to collapse forward. And he's got them both. Marsborn, they just can't lose.
I mean, that was an unbelievable amount of space given over here. Extremity Lurk also able to collect and cut off one of those rotates. You got yourself a nice little 4v3 post plant situation that feels like it just can't go wrong, but decisiveness from Grizz in this round. And some beautiful headshots helped out. Make it feel so suffocating for Party Astronauts despite so much control granted to them early on. That snap decision to aggress through long, it provides so much relief. And again, you're talking about a player that's so young. It feels like he got a shot and maybe didn't quite capture his moment, but that is showing that he's ready to be revived here back on Marsborn. As they shut down the long play here, Party Astronauts grasping for straws in this round.
And like I was saying, PA not yet have like tested that long attempt early on, and you got Grizz and Wolfie to run into. Even Wolfie on a rifle is a deadly force right now. And there's no amount of changes that Party Astronauts can make that seem to stop Marsborn. We'll see if that is the case here as we inch towards the closing stages. And that is a little bit of a worry. Party Astronauts, it's now that they take their tactical pause for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of those called as a little bit of a luxury for Party Astronauts, and you're giving them the benefit of the doubt in terms of their timeouts and pauses. 2 of them called out by Marsborn as they were up, like 1-8 at one point?
Yeah, and those called it, like, I think 4-1 and then 6-1.
I mean, this looks like a little bit of a frustrated, maybe a little bit of a dejected Party Astronauts right now, and you can understand where they're coming from. They had that massive clutch. They head into a pistol, but as soon as Marsborn get those rifles out, And they make sure to let it be known.
Whoa. Targeted. That's max damage on the HE.
That
That one hurt right down Chop's throat, to be honest. Catches it in his teeth.
I'm not scared. They're still, playing that B side as you do. And Molly, a little bit of jiggle action. He does get his Molotov baited out, though. And his smoke, for that matter. So whatever the setup relies on here, it's going to have to be a little bit of extra assistance. You're not going to see Chop be afforded any opportunities by himself. Like for Catwalk there, Modem burning up the flames, and that flash catches him as well. So Fang fully prepared for that. No secret about this position, but Wolfie jumping up and collecting a little bit of vision, deals with Walco on the lurk. It's going to force their hand here. Now towards this B side, or A side, I should say, up Catwalk, where the smoke is down. All the while, Chop is aggressed through upper tons, confirming this information and getting Wolfie rotate. So can they do it again? Can they hold? Minus is stuck in the back of ramp without any opportunities to strike. And low on HP, Grizz gets overwhelmed. Fang scaling effectively.
That's where Fang is at his best, though. All of that setup for Party Astronauts, they have the entire execute riding on him. He's the one at the tip of the spear, taking all the space and working off the flashbangs as they're layered in. Everybody else there for Marsborn, Grizz, and Minus, they're looking to take fights as they scale, but Fang's already in their face, already past the point of no return. Or Marsborn get swept aside. It is a victorious round for Party Astronauts, the first and only gun round thus far in this half as well. And it's right at the final buzzer, the last timer starting to expire on this series, and that's when they pull up. Oh, they want it. We go back in for that long fight. Smoke to provide some coverage as well. That's going to help Party Astronauts maintain the space without fighting to death. It seems so likely when you got Wolfie and Grizz on the scene. All about Grizz.
There's so much attention put towards Catwalk right now. You can understand Marsborn doing this, stacking over their resources. In reality, ready to spring into action. A flashbang, but they're avoiding it. Finley is staring at a wall so that he can turn in time. Spam through the smoke, does connect for Minus, so the equalizer manufactured straight through it. Wolfie right around the corner. At any given moment, and can get himself involved here, and that's going to be a serious problem for these CTs. He waits on his lurk.
Is it though?
Modem thought maybe he cleared it. I think he spotted him. Modem knows now, certainly, so they're stuck in towards this ramp and long side. Fang is potentially going to be a non-factor if his teammates fall. He's going to fly through middle eventually. He's caused such a distraction here that Modem arriving a little late onto the scene. So Viz and OG Wizard, they hold the line and buy time for Fang to then succeed.
I mean,
Wolfie will fight for his op.
It looked like it was gone. It looked like Modem had everything that he needed to confirm that round. But stalwart defense of Party Astronauts is really what was required. And warding off Minus and getting that opening pick, I mean, they were really prepped for the re-swing with the flashbang. That's what Party Astronauts were almost hoping for by the setup.
And that's, I mean, I think a great distraction bought by Fang, but then again, you have to be able to trust in the ability of OG Wizard and Fizz to provide some coverage right there. I think they kind of activate enough to where they can get that kill and buy time for Fang to then fly through middle. It's just a whole host of good decision making from PA from the very get-go as well. Now, all of the emphasis being put straight on in towards the A side. Finally a B rush we see, and look at this. Chop is ill prepared for that. He's been used to having to rotate over and try and retake, but this time they take charge on this B side. Instant save. Instant round here. And Party Astronauts are by no means out.
Yeah, GG go next on the round for sure. It's just so much that Marsborn want to save, though. And Party Astronauts know it. Even Grizz, who's 5'7" in armor, seems inconsequential in comparison to the AWP and 2M4s. He's got about $1,000 in utility that he'd love to utilize next round. Very advantageous fight, and hey, that's an upgrade. Unfortunately, they lose everyone else. And Grizz is the only one who will get away.
Oh. Holding on to the AK. They would have loved to be able to keep that AWP involved. But that's not a luxury that they can afford. It could have been, you know, massive exits. So I believe this is going to be the first T-side op that we see out of OG Wizard as well. So, chance here. Inspiration being built in from Party Astronauts. During that timeout when they were down 11-6 after that retake, they didn't look like they had a lot of life left in them. But they are stepping up to the plate. And their backs against the wall in this series. They're facing elimination. Finley's been cooking up some good calls here off the conditioning.
Yeah, I mean, that target out towards long with the corner smoke, lots of flashes to ensure that they get out, and then the scale, just waiting for Marsborn to take the next step, understanding that the reaction is what Party Astronauts are looking for, not necessarily the space up through long. That's the call that gets them back in it for me.
Now they've gone full circle, you know, starting off back towards Cat where they started. Walco ready for the aggression, ready for them all. And spots out two more around the corner, but he's done his job. The rest of the roster knows it's free. That A site is wide open. AKs are going to be recovered for Grizz and Modem. They're going to hold on. And Party Astronauts going to move on to double digits.
What a
recovery. They got that step up from Walco.
Yeah, I mean, that's who I was just about to talk about. Is just what a recovery from Walco. From, I mean, what, 7 kills? Something along those lines. Back on Inferno. It was a struggle for him. Really didn't have a great first half of Dust 2 either. To then lead that in. Now, at the head of the charge, Party Astronauts comeback. That is just so incredible.
Ooh. Oh my goodness!
Oh man,
What a finish right there from Viz.
He just wants to swing to help his teammate, and honestly, teammate can just die.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if it wasn't for how quick Viz is able to land that follow-up, you can hardly blame him for peeking forward right there. He thought he had that one in the bag.
No doubt.
Look at this, right back to Chop's direction. HE's multiple of them. He just starts shooting, spraying and praying, hoping that they can get away with anything but Wolfie. Peeking with his USP out. Desperation setting in for Marsborn as Fang lands the finishing kill. And Grizz is left to pick up the pieces here. It's a B-side retake. He doesn't have a kit, and he doesn't have any teammates left here. It's going to be tied up as Party Astronauts have dictated the pace of this second half and of this comeback effort.
And it's just trauma from the one guy over at B. Fang entry kill onto Chop, and the round is over. A 4-man save that ends in one guy getting away. That's where Marsborn are feeling that trauma, and so they react accordingly. To sprint up Cat, it's USP out for Wolfie. There's absolutely no respect given to a mid lurk or any sort of anything as they flood out B. And that's the price they pay. It's a Walko double kill to add even more to his incredible effort on Dust 2.
Yeah, and I mean, Walko laughing at the end of this round here compared to what he looked like when they called that timeout. Where he just was, left with his hands on his head, and he cannot miss. Instantly punishes the push towards long. You'd imagine the pistol here of Wolfie not going to survive for much longer. Grizz left shaken by Walko's position. And they're going to claim map point first here on Dust 2.
The first time I'm seeing this Marsborn team look shaken, look lost in some of these rounds. They don't know what the right decision is. They don't know what the vision looks like, and so they're just swinging for the fences. Aggression out at long, and it's played right into Party Astronaut's hands. They sprint into lower tons, even push through upper, and Walko's just like, well, I guess I'll take those for free. Same feels true for Marsborn's long A defense in that last round. I guess on the plus side, they can have another buy, but it just doesn't get easier. Shot to the grave to start out round 24.
Quick opening right there from OG Wizard. Making the calls that much easier for Benley. Chop having to watch from the sideline. All upon Wolfie's AWP, but he finally falters. Benley, at the same time, punishes the push. And Party Astronauts have left Marsborn shaken as Fang looks to close. And that he will. Come back complete from that timeout in which they called it 11-6. They pull it through 13-11.
And an 8-4 half that looked so perfect out of Marsborn. An 8-4 half that they continued into that 11-6 scoreline. Just the pistol for PA, and you thought it was done. No, not a chance. That is them proving that you gotta stick with it, gotta stick in that round, gotta stick in that game, rather. And it's off the back of Walko more than anyone else. A lot of trust that they put into him, and a lot of wins that he pulled up with him on the back end of that comeback story.
Yeah, what an incredible way to close it out there. I got to give a lot of credit to Benley for those calls he was cooking up, and Walko for the huge step up. As we head into our decider, we do have Nuke waiting in the wings, and we also have Marky waiting on the sidelines, ready to break it down.
I am in ridiculous awe of the comeback that is powered through by Ben Leeton Co. An 8-4 that even gets better as we get into the second half, right? I'm ready to pepper up, right? I'm literally looking to add up who I might call the MVP for the series from Marsborn. That's what I was up to at around after halftime, because it was going like that. This thing was crazy, right? It puts a smile on my face to see all of these riflers holding it down. Even Chop had a bunch of amazing moments. This thing was pristine. Wolfie was so damn good on that AWP. And there's that round where, you're punching very far, up to 11, and it feels like this thing is just put away. But, right, we'll check on our notes that, we were coming in through from that first game. It's Dust 2 that's going to rely on our individual powers. I just told you about the first half, right? Talk about the second half by Walko, from OG Wizard, from Viz, stepping it up individually on the scoreboard. Somebody's got to go out there and scrape the scalps themselves, and it was this group of players. It was ridiculous, this effort that puts them in this series. I mean, a 2-0 in the fashion that Marsborn were about to serve it up was just about to be so devastating to the beginning of the online season for this Party Astronauts unit, right? So while they are still feeling this free fall, they are able to bring it together. And there were rounds where this is where they do get their first, right? On that cusp of 6. And Marsborn, for how damn good they looked in that first half and where they were putting it individually on that CT side, it was just a little unfathomable that they were going to be able to pull out of a round like that, but it was almost like the plug was just right out of Grizz at a moment like that. I think when you survive so far in a game like this, it really relies on some of that, veteranship play that you have coming up here. And unfortunately, somebody needed to come in, right? And I'm not sure if you want it to be Lucid saying a couple of words on your sideline, but there was just something that could not be completed here by Marsborn on that Dust 2, right? Which it gets even more interesting when you bring up the conversation of this nuke that we have coming up last is honestly just looking so atrocious in the books for, I don't believe, a Marsborn roster that's actually gotten this up in an official yet. So going to be absolutely insane here. Obviously, I don't believe Party Astronauts really see it as a favor all too much on their own with, Party Astronaut squad that has really just been taken seriously in a series like this. It's going to be easily time for these heavyweights to waltz into a map like Nuke, see exactly where we do get started off. But when Walco and Viz can support the rest of the Party Astronauts unit that was already grooving on Inferno, right? Remember how tenacious they were going for those opening banana fights. Think about how these riflers are going to be working in units, in cohesion. They're trying to hold A. They were looking good on a lot of those CT setups when actually perfectly in the unit, perfectly supposed with the buy up, right? But when it came down to this incredible action on this 11 point that we've, sort of reached in the replay, it's been Party Astronauts that, humble their foe economically. And a lot of talk around the scene right now. We hear so much about the VRS. A lot of it is about the MR12 and how, slippy slopey these can feel. You start to, lose a couple of these rounds, you go right down the raft. So, unfortunately here, it's the treatment that Party Astronauts put on Marsborn where, Viz is, popping off looking like Grizz did at the start of this game. A lot of heads that had to be taken and their map pick alongside it. Party Astronauts, they do serve up this reverse sweep, but we got to see if they have the full taste about it. We got a third map. We got Nuke coming up in about 7 minutes time, so make sure to stay tuned for that. We will be right back with our final map of our first quarterfinal today. Stay tuned. A Dust 2 that looked like we were about to see our second quarterfinal of the night. Yeah, right. We're going to see this entire stretch to begin here into Nuke. Cole, this is uncharted territory really for both of these squads in terms of their late results. How are you feeling about PA likely riding this momentum out to finish the reverse sweep?
Yeah, I'll be honest, man. I don't know what was said there by Binley when they were down in that timeout there, when they were out, 11-6 on map 2, and it looked like things were over because everyone was very focused. Everyone was, looking a little bit gloom, though, as well. And I thought that was going to be the end of the story for PA here in playoffs, but they just know how to fight. They know how to push forward in these matchups, and as the game gets later and later, you're going to rely on that bin lead experience that got them through the second half, that Walco firepower apparently that can come through. You still have some of these great pieces of the puzzle here for PA, and I think they've set up themselves nicely for Nuke.
That is certainly a fact. And Vincent, look, you're talking about that firepower, right? We hear that from Cole, actually. We look to Walco, right? We looked on the other side. This thing started off through a crazy blazing performance by Grizz, notably on his rifle, right? Wolfie everywhere, even on that AWP. If you're a betting man, would you look to see either Grizz pop off with the larger performance or Walco here coming off of what he just did on Dust 2?
Man, I feel like you gotta back Grizz in that. Just, I feel like we saw the more consistency out of him. But I actually think the hardest part of this isn't who to back with regard to an individual. It's who to back with regard to a team, because this is a Nuke map that neither team has played this year. I mean, we're a month in here, and we've not seen a Nuke official out of either of these guys. So I don't know exactly where that leaves them, but what I do know is that Marsborn elected to go away from Ancient, which they've been good on, in lieu of playing Nuke. So the fact that they allowed this through, that they made that decision actively, it makes me feel like I gotta back Grizz.
It's really easy to, right? We love to see whoever gets this thing going through the power of those rifles, but I mean, it was Minus that just saw everything kind of falling into the wayside for a squad like that, and Ben Leet to step it up. Cole, are we potentially seeing maybe the weak player like Minus and that come through on Nuke just like this? We're gonna be able to see the young IGL step it up with the experience on this third map?
I mean, if he can prove it here right now in this matchup, in this decider, after kind of getting pulled back and come back on, I do feel like you can definitely start to talk about Minus being a serious IGL in the space here, and a great leader and leading Marsborn to victory. That's a tough task, though, up ahead here, as we say goodbye to Marky and hello to Nuke. We're ready to finish off this series in exciting fashion. Looking forward to this one, Vincent.
Bye, Marky. You got to say goodbye. I just felt like I needed to as well.
Fair enough.
Be left out. Oh, this is a zoom in towards the ramp side. No way! What? You gotta be kidding me, Viz! He grabs the one, and now they filter in. All the flanks are coming, but Marsborn less than stellar as their numbers start to dwindle. But maybe Grizz can be the difference maker. It's he and Minus, a duo that we just got done talking and discussing about, that's gonna break up this 2v4. Yes, it's happening. Fang has got to do this all on his lonesome.
Falls back a little bit more passive, but now he steps forward, and a head-to-head early on. That Minus will win. And gonna set the tone here for the CT side. And he's happy about it right there, shaking his head. Gaining a little bit of confidence as this is how it all lifts off. And somehow, despite this entry pathing from Viz to open up the round, it's Marsborn doing what they do best here and fighting through that adversity.
You're telling me Viz does that to get the opening pick, and they go 3 for 1 on the ramp, and they lose the round? I mean, that is absurd. Actually mind-boggling from Grizz and Minus. A clutch up as well. And like you said, a very difficult spot to be in as an in-game leader. It's a team effort to lose a map like that, but from the lead that they have, you got to put a lot of that blame at the feet of a leader. It's just the way it goes, and it can be tough for a guy like Minus to recover from something like that.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult task there, especially when Binley looked like he was just calling circles around that defense as a huge part of the revival, and all the adjustments that you made were being met with Binley being a step ahead here. But right now, a player ahead is Marsborn. They'll keep it that way with the 1-for-1. There's another rotate. One player falls. Another fills the feed. So, Minus calling forward that things are still contained. He spots them even crawling down towards ramp. Gathers a little extra information. And is going to confirm 2 rotates down here in the lower side. As you almost certainly imagine that Grizz is going to need a little bit of assistance, a little bit of backup as he steps forward for a quick kill. Those double doors swing open. Perfect flash from Chop. And he'll come through to close out the finishing blow.
I mean, Grizz just playing off of that flash and off of the contact beautifully. He's the one who gets the opening frag on a ramp and then just falls down. Doesn't ever take any chances with that. And the Wolfie falls. Marsborn were never out of that round. They never lost track of what was happening. Party Astronauts get nowhere fast, and well, as strong as their Inferno start was, it's going to be hard if we see a repeat of Dust 2's beginnings.
That's another great start, building up a great CT side. It's been the tale of T sides here today. But we're on Nuke to close it out. That's got to lead to a different story, right? You would imagine. Marsborn putting that theory to the test at the moment. Building up a good defensive measure already here. Nice 3-0. Not too many troubles in that last round. They'll play out a bit of a bonus. Still an MP9 in the hands of Bottom. No op yet for Wolfie. See what they can do with this.
Yeah, putting a lot of their early eyes towards inner. And Lee can start to apply some pressure in yard with those smokes. He's got Fang, more aggressive. Looking to play off the back of that. A nade in initially, but there's nothing recycled through. Monum will drop through the vent. Where'd that nade go?
Got the dash effect.
Seems like it.
Ignore the nade right there if you just don't want it. Grizz
Not mine.
gonna be challenged here towards the ramp. Flashbangs toss back and forth. Grizz wants to fight forward here, especially to try and support Minus. He steps into a headshot. Viz very quick with his kill. They look to contain Fang on this late lurk up. That's gonna distract at least one.
Instead of tossing good money after bad, they're just gonna come back and try again next round. I mean, with 4 guns saved, it's not a bad call. And in this iteration of the game, it's hard to ever be too unhappy with a 4-man save like that when you're so far removed from the retake.
Yeah, I mean, and as I highlighted here, it didn't include a Wolfie A to be beat. Didn't include a Modem rifle. He just had that MP9. Still managed to make use of it. I'm definitely in the position here with them. You know, good discipline. When you lose that space on the B side of the map here, when you lose control of control, actually, it feels like a retake that's a lot more difficult. Even if it's like even situations. Now again, Party Astronauts testing this A side. They're going to queue up a quick play. Molly in, and the spray is down. They're going through the flames, though. They ignore all caution to try and challenge these A defenders, and they get past it with 2 trades.
With the bomb planted, a little bit more done. I think that spam actually connects onto Viz a moment. Chris walks through. His back is turned, though, to OG Wizard's AK.
OG Wizard maybe missed a... Oh, never mind. I don't think it'll matter. Missed a smoke, but... Not going to change the direction of this round here unless Minus sticks around just for a kill. It's a little too late, though, to go in on this one. Wolfie's made his decision.
So that's a decision that you're okay with once. Now, twice in a row, though, it's going to feel a little bit more annoying, but still strongly positioned for this repurchase. And they still have money for Wolfie to get an op, so this is 3 very strong gun rounds put together in a row for Marsborn, and such that, you know, they're never going to be on a full save, you know, double eco situation at all, based off the back of this management, even if they keep losing. What's happened to Chop there? He's just sitting in a molly for ages.
They just continue to pick up the heat on this A side, but this time there's a quick reaction involved. And Grizz will step through from heaven and evacuates his positioning for this ramp control. And in the meantime, Fang is rotated down, but Grizz is here, and his initiation to try and cover the ramp control then turns into a quick reroute to make sure that Fang cannot lock in the digits. Bomb dropped on the floor on the B site.
I have to imagine Fang's move just heard. Like, that has to be where Grizz's head's at, because otherwise, what an insane read. They're so fast now. They're both seen. Oh, the op in this position's a little scary, but Wolfie had taken out the sidearm to ensure that that doesn't go awry. And Marsborn right back into some winning ways.
That sort of quick snap decision making there remains true from Grizz, I feel like, most importantly. You know, one round of having to rotate in through lobby, and he's like, you know what, I'm not gonna have to do that again. I'm gonna make sure of it. And he comes out and helps that A defense. One important kill, just above the smoke though. Chop able to be a little bit more successful in this A-hole this time around. Wolfie's already rotated down. He's got an AWP, which can be easily overrun by the pistols. As seen here. Okay. Goes for the no-scope, that's what he connects. But OG Wizard now has an op in his hands.
Oh, and sussed out immediately as Grizz. Fang was looking for him. Grizz has been so automatic to get to this position, so pretty understandable. 2 on 3 now. With a very aggressive spot that Fang is holding. Hard to clear this, but he's going to take some space instead. Oh, and Modem just doesn't look the right direction. It's almost a line up the trade instead. And for Minus, not a real chance at this. Out in the open, and that nade will do damage, but it's no guarantee. A swift headshot for Minus to confirm the 1v2.
Oh, it's so smart as well. It works wonderfully for him. Fang, he tries to blow open the smoke and get vision on that bomb. But Minus catches him with that utility out. And that's another clutch that Minus wins here. He opened up this third map with a clutch victory. And this time, it feels like a massive bailout for a round that should have been more comfortable for Marsborn, but ends up being a 1v2 required. At least Minus able to step up there and deliver the victory.
And he's been doing that so often now. 8-1 to open up Nuke. Where does it end? Minus about to be tested again. Oh, timing. It's just not for Fang, but it doesn't matter. He gets to it quickly enough. Swift maneuver. Going down. Now Wolfie stands in the way of the rest of this team. And the ramp sights. But Wolfie has vision, and he's denied them. Good night, he says, and hello.
Oh, wow.
To Marsborn with a dominant hold.
That's the last thing you want to see if you're party astronauts is seeing Wolfie start to gain some confidence. And manages to land the no-scope in that last round as his only kill, and it ends up giving over the op. And you know, if he connected on some of those earlier shots, it would have been a much better position, but redeems it in the next round. A nice multi-kill Chop looks like he's plotting an evil plan.
He does, doesn't he? Yes, we will get them all. They will die.
I should flank ramp here, shouldn't I? I will, I think. Take some control of lobby after the push ramp.
Oh, it drops out like that. That's crazy.
So he's an evil villain plotting his plan.
That's true. That is the evil villain voice. Everyone knows. A little bit of math being done by party astronauts. How much can they invest? What can they handle? Moving forth into this round. Quite a bit, to be fair. The Tech 9s and armor abounding. A lot of utility. To convince Marsborn, at least off the initial rip, that this is probably looking like more of a purchase than it is. Oh. That's tough. And the confirmation, too. And they even get the collapse. Oh, not with the Tech 9s, they can't. It's Chop's domain. And he cuts them up one by one.
After a couple of A executes here where maybe it feels like Chop was a little bit limited, his evil plan comes to fruition. He shuts it down.
There's
Funny because Chop is anything but evil. He's a really nice dude.
Yeah. Well, there's no complex machinations. No nothing. He's like, they hit my bomb site, I defend it. It's pretty quick, pretty simple.
Checks out there. It's a good game plan, right? What you need to do. So here we have Minus getting active. Oh, and Fang, no secret about it. Flashbang just didn't work, did it? I mean, systematically designed to shut that play down and punish, but... Oh, a nice bank shot with the molly. And an even better headshot. Grizz, as he concede ramp control, but it's about all you need to do when you're in a 5v3. Get those rotates down lower. Again, with the Minus's early information, outer yard control is contained. The lurk has been dealt with. And they've got a little bit of ground towards lobby as well. Walco looking to regain it, though. I mean, look at the panic that Minus has created. Fortunately, a lot of time left on the clock, but they have to do so much to re-clear this ground.
Yeah, I mean, these are the decisions, though, on the macro level that I'm really impressed by Marsborn with.
But look at this reaction to regain ramp control off the back of it as well. It's been a little too quiet on the map, so Minus is always moving. And he's going to succeed in regaining ramp control now.
In Exhibit B, twice over in this round, where Marsborn have been very impressive. That's a great shot at a Walco. There's just too many people in his way. I mean, 3 different angles, some elevated, others not on the A bomb site. That's one of the toughest fights you're going to have in Counter-Strike, is trying to deliver a double kill against one player up in rafters and another down towards the site.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly challenging right there, and that's what Marsborn have been forcing all the way through this one, man. What a move from Minus. Starts it off towards the outer yard, rotates all the way through Secret after dealing with the lurk, to then go and claim ramp control. He's floating all over this map with 12 kills, winning all these duels, providing his team so much relief, so much control. This time Wolfie's op is over towards ramp early. Fake a little bit of noise here towards the A side, but Wolfie's not budging, he's not moving, and he still holds the line for a quick one. Trying to get out of dodge. Able to escape and lands a beautiful shot as he fades away. Finally, Fang gonna fall one, but damage is already done. Unless Fang has a whole lot more left in his system. Not quite a trade. Comes through quick as can be. It's a full team effort here in map 3 for Marsborn. Started out with Modem, the monster map on Inferno. And now the rest of the team is getting so involved here, getting so loud on these defenses.
And it's the rotations, too, that look so sublime. for Marsborn. Never a real gap has been opened up that they're unaware of. The gap's filled in so efficiently, and the hold so eloquent. Marsborn have yet to be tested in a way that I feel like is replicable for Party Astronauts. Just a flashbang out A. Trying to get these guys into more uncomfortable positions, and the flashes are good. Chop still gets his 2, and now Minus looks to fight through. The mini smoke, though, as it maintains back into position. Through the smoke up in heaven goes Grizz, and that's a mistake that maybe they pay for.
Oh, Fang punishing in a big way. But Wolfie with his Tech 9 out. Now he gets the op. Oh my god, almost a connection through the wall. HE lands some damage, and eventually the peaks will be overrun, man, but almost a hero moment for Wolfie again. Taken away at the hands of Walco, so finally gonna switch it up here a little bit. Tired of the 8-4s. What about a 9-3 for Marsborn?
How about it? On a map that Marsborn have yet to play this year, this core has never played before. And this 5, yet to show what they've got. I mean, I'm damn impressed with what they have. It is practiced. The way that they handled losing things like ramp, how quickly Grizz is maneuvering around that space, and how active Minus was. All of those little things are good indications of a nuke team that has put together a lot of work.
Put in the hard work, and it's being rewarded for it in a big way. And again, you know, option to play Ancient, a map that they have gotten a lot of wins on. They look super comfortable on. And a map that I think PA still have some question marks around, but they choose Nuke as the decider. Hoping to punish this team here. They wait to activate. There's still a player in the back of Orange box there, and Fang's digged down. And he's not going to have too much presence here. It's going to come down to Viz. A little bit of a miscommunication or lack thereof as Viz, or Wolfie rather, trying to plant the bomb. And that's not a safety. Not at all here. That's going to be shut down. Just Modem now left into another clutch situation. Low HP on Fang, but he's low too. Can't afford any further shots sent his way. So almost a chance there. Viz goes and closes the door. And he's trying to bait out some shots there, hoping that something is given here for him. But they are triangulating this one to perfection. A contact game that they won't budge on. As soon as he slides out, that's when the team is going to spring into action here. How do you dice up these duels? Well, he's got a route here, but no, Binley eventually gets a little weary. Catches some vision right there to close the round.
I just don't know how Fang stays unknown for so long. And then he gets dinked, only for it to be Viz, who, I mean, you look at his scorecard and you're thinking, hasn't been a good map for Viz, but he's been so good, actually, in these important moments, and especially when trying to break things open on that T side. He was there. Unfortunately, he just didn't have a whole lot of team behind him. And when he's the first guy going in and he gets his, but you still lose the round, he kind of is left holding the bag.
Wolfie. I think he could have had a chance to plant that bomb considering the positioning. Gets run down very quickly. But yeah, it did feel like maybe a little gaps of communication there on the pistol in the heat of the moment, in the chaos. Marsborn, they get a shot at redemption here. They had another one-sided half. They had another big lead. They've got everyone firing. Everyone's looking good on this squad. Now, can they close out versus PA, or is Binley going to do it again? I'm calling it a little bit of a masterclass here. So Walco going to revive in the second half.
Gonna be CS on hard mode, though. That's the T side of Nuke. 3 rounds might have been enough for Party Astronauts. At the very least, enough to give them some space. A pistol round win. His dividends. As the first gun round gets rolling. It's a little bit of an easier task. At least allegedly. A couple of MP9s in the mix.
Look at this war that wages on between Fang and Minus in the second half now. As Fang comes out on top in the head-to-head. Punishes the lurking presence. And the next step here now, Grizz on the extremity, lurking about towards the ramp side. It's free for the taking. And their silent approach could be a bit of a surprise. No noise made whatsoever. No one on the B side at all. And at some point, you're going to find yourself maybe a little too late on the rotates there. So they're finding themselves a very open bomb site. Minus selling a bit of a distraction here as Walco doubles back after clearing outside. But they're already in your face. And it's too surprising. Now you have to recover some lost ground here, and the 4v4 is now equalized.
But there's essentially nades to pick that smoke open, flashes to send them through. There's opportunities here. First of which is a Molotov that's going to be ineffective.
Got extinguished.
There's the flash.
Dodging the flash. Wolfie's ready to swing those double doors open, but they still collapse through. Modem holding the line. They still don't know about the late play from Grizz, and Grizz will punish severely. Was backed into the corner all the while. They thought the molly could have flushed him out, something of that nature. But he waits for his time to shine. Trusted his teammates to hold the line, and it ends up being a perfect round for Marsborn in the 4v5 deficit that they faced.
You just never expect the third guy there either. You know, the crossfire set, such a brilliant way to play off of it. Wolfie's doing such a great job swinging through the double door on the contact. And in all the meanwhile, like you said, Grizz is just sitting there waiting for his time in the limelight. It certainly comes. Triple kill. Put him right back in winning ways in Marsborn. On the round that they should have been a little bit more out of when Minus goes down without any response.
Just a great bit of initiation here. You know, sometimes it can feel like a liability to go contact in towards ramp. It can feel like you're walking into certain death, but Grizz takes that initiative. And now, I mean, no rotations down lower, and Minus in this position makes me think they have no idea. They have absolutely no clue. Now, you are seeing a little bit of motion from Walco, at least, so. Been forced to fall off ramp.
Yeah, I think definitely communicated that the gap was there. Now there's
Lure Fang out.
and now there's a lot of availability. Try and put pressure on Fang's position. Try and send him in there. Look for information. Try and get some confirmation.
Oh, right now the weak point is ramp here. It's not the A side. That is bolstered up with a whole lot of defenders. So no matter what the case is, Marsborn got a tough fight at hand here, but in lead. Walking right into the crosshairs as patience paying off for Marsborn. Another collapse rolling through there. Fang looks to regain hut control, but they're walking into the stack and they're breaking it down piece by piece. Party Astronauts tumble. And a 4-man A lead there. Walco, the only player not on that site. Leads to a graveyard for Party Astronauts.
You hate to see that from Ben Leet, not because it's a bad play, but because he's almost forced into it. Marsborn start to cut information. They've cut all the sound. And Grizz is just sitting there waiting for some sort of aggression, and Ben Leet walks into it. But they don't have any ramp control. As you mentioned, Party Astronauts, they allowed a ramp gap to accrue, and Walco is left holding the bag.
I mean, yeah, it's just a severe lack of information right there. Because, you know, look at all the space that's granted here. You get Walco to rotate off of ramp. You lose that map control. You think about the flow chart of rotations here for this map. You've got to make sure that you have, you know, at least the idea that no one's crossed down towards secret. Or no one is in ramp room. Or you have lobby control. Those are all, you know, kind of fundamentals. And it felt like Party Astronauts. I mean, it was true. They had none of that. They had no information on the map here, other than the fact that there was no one on B.
And when Ben Leet walks in, maybe, you know, looks on the screen a little bit silly, but not at all.
He's trying to check off one of those boxes.
Yeah, he's got to have one of the three, and without any of them, a move has to be made. Otherwise, I mean, you could put some faith in your 4-man A-hold, but it's one of the hardest sites to hold against a good execute.
That's certainly something that Marsborn have in their availability. And this is a golden opportunity right now. Now, how many times have we seen the map right when you're in that position. And you're up against 5-7s and MP9s, and it should be easy. This round is light, but that's when I think the 5-7s and MP9s are the most deadly. So does Marsborn have the killer instinct to close out and gain series point here? They missed out on it in map 2. But have bounced back stronger here for the 3rd.
It's been everybody, too, for Marsborn to do that. Look at how quick they scale through yard into garage. Ochi Wizard is in trouble. Don't know that he knows.
Oh my
it.
God.
What a shot, though, out of Fang. And that's why the 5-7, best pistol in the game.
With this decisive nature right now, they are in heaven. And Grizz is cutting off the support system. It's just Fang left on the site. With his AK in hand, does Minus want to spring into action here? At this point in time, there is no need to rush. But he's going on the move here, and Fang gets another one. Fang with a 3rd. What a time to come alive here. Fang with a big splash in the server, but now he's got to do it all. And now he's known. Still healthy, still with an AK in hand. But this rotate being cut off by Modem, he slides on by. Down the vent he goes. Wolfie's committed. Modem is removed. At least for now, the door swings open. Fang looking to at least cause some disruption as Modem looks to get involved. Spots out Fang, and now a head-to-head that you don't want to take versus Fang right now. The fake on the bomb plant. Wolfie waits for the push through the smoke, but he slides on the left side. But they come together in the end for series point to move forward into the semifinals. They are so close, they can taste it.
So much credit to Marsborn, to Wolfie and Modem, who really show that they understand the win conditions there. Even in a 2v1, yeah, but it's Fang. And it's Fang who, I mean, does a phenomenal job of, like, gathering information and piecing up what he needs to do, taking every correct step, but in the other side of the camp, it's Marsborn that are doing the same. Modem never overextending himself, never pressuring too far forward, and Wolfie never committing to a bomb plant that he doesn't need.
They're trying anything here, seeing what works, but Fang is coming alive in a big way. MP9 close range here. Grizz realizes there's a little bit too many targets on his screen. Double up in towards ramp. And again, it's those MP9s that prove to be oh so deadly. As Modem left flashed in his face, still pushes through the smoke. Grizz is gonna do the same. They're side by side. Grizz realizes it. He realizes he's getting blocked by something, and Wolfie ready for the collapse into lobby. But that's the bomb dropped on the floor, and there's no one healthy. But that's where the MP9s are all the more effective.
I mean, a total of under 50 HP for 4 players. That is ridiculous, and that could just be the end here. Riz holding and waiting.
Is gonna give him a fight. He's hunting. The bomb in control. He doesn't feel super comfortable in his position, and understandably so, as they separate now. Walco left to try and save this one. The new guy here on Party Astronauts is able to collect the first. Here's Mortimer as well. There's an HE involved. Flashbang instead goes first, and it will be Walco saving the day, keeping Party Astronauts tethered here.
That's confirmed damage as well. A dink off from Fang to begin with, so Walco playing that with some confidence, knowing that he's not the only one unhealthy. He's not the only one without the HP to fight through one round after another. Near heroics from Fang turned true heroics from Walco. Marsborn still hesitate on series point.
Where the job is incredibly challenging here when you know you've got him on the ropes. Just need that last killing blow. But Minus remains fearless, and they force off the initial peak there. The op forced to rotate here, and again, whenever Minus gets down in this position, it's going to force a lot of discomfort here for Party Astronauts. Usually they've rotated the ramp player off, but now it's a little too late to rotate anyone else. Down the vents. is a certain death. Is Minus going up the vents?
It looks like
What's
it.
happening? He dives back down. They're gonna, take advantage of what they know on the map right now, and that is a lot of space granted to them here towards the lower site.
It's got to be this kill from OG Wizard. It is. He's got no more pressure. He doesn't know it just yet, but now he can filter back. That's an avenue of approach for Party Astronauts. Marsborn, they've got a lot of control, but the fact that they don't have ramp is critical for PA and for their chances of success. It's their AWP of OG Wizard, though, that's got the only kit left. 5v4 as they try to break through.
Yeah, this positioning, though, so strong for the T's here. Fang on a late activation, but they've already scaled through ramp and a lineup for Minus. Fang gets blasted, and Marsborn look like they're good to complete the mission. And the matchup versus the Astronauts here, we still have yet to reach Mars.
We've got it. A victory out of Marsborn, and a victory that means so much for their first time here in CCT and playoffs abounding. They do it in the quarters, they do it in the round of 16, and they're headed to the semis. That is Marsborn showing a lot of grit as a squad, and I think we both on the same page that, seeing a lot to love about the way Minus is calling for this team.
I mean, dude, that last, third map here, when it comes down to it, after a little bit of a struggle to close out on Dust 2, and they had such a massive lead, it comes down to closing out on the T side of Nuke and really outworking Binley here in that T side. And we saw multiple times where they forced so much discomfort in the map control on that T side, getting down in towards Secret, making sure that they could cut off the support system, making sure that those rotations, those re-aggressions were so difficult. And just an incredible map. We do have Marky, though, who's watching all of that. I'm sure he got a good grasp of how things were shaping up right there. That was quite the showing right there from Marsborn.
Yeah, that was a little incredible. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't think it was going to be that easy, that clear cut, that a 13-6 that would suggest. I got to say, it was, encouraging for Party Astronauts at times, right? When, Fang pulls off a triple kill mid-round, going to make these things aggressive. Walco gets a 1v2. There are sparked moments here, but I mean, for the effort they had to go through to just get a couple of those, I mean, this thing looked one way from the start after quite an incredible series. That's one way to silence them out and send a message to either Might or NRG, who could potentially be your matchup here, as your first semifinalists are Marsborn.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an exciting prospect right there coming through for Marsborn as an organization here. And again, as a lot of history, as I came in and highlighted, talking about it, two teams with a lot of experience playing with each other and then now against each other in this matchup. And it makes for a pretty fun story here. But most of all, this is going to be one of the bigger tests here for a player like Minus and how he's able to call up against it. I mean, Marsborn have taken on some tough teams, don't get me wrong. But as this core, as this iteration of a squad coming into 2025, your biggest test right now is PA, the first step in making your moves here. And what a big victory it is to close it out like that here and show that strength.
I feel like for me, the beauty of what Marsborn have been able to do here thus far is that they have such strength in their riflers, right? And that's, not to discount Wolfie's op, but when Minus is such a strong individual as well as calling a good game, it really allows for Chop to be, I think, the X factor that he's really meant to be. He doesn't have to be like a star, more aggressive rifler, or anything like that. And that really opens the door for Grizz to flourish in some of those roles. It makes it really easy as well to allow some support there for Wolfie in the AWP. I think for me, man, I'm just really impressed with the way that Marsborn have put together a team that works not just like on paper, but also we're seeing not only those results, but them being able to like find the right roles and target the right individuals and make it all work together very seamlessly.
Yeah, not to like hammer home and reiterate that chop point, but like this is a guy that I was really looking forward to seeing at Fragadelphia 18 is like, kind of putting together the pieces of his story, right? From EG, his time, then transitioning onto Party Astronauts, seeing the fluctuating rate of his rifle, that thing's only gone up, right? So, I mean, consistent player, was around some great minds at the tail end of that, undone trial or undone roster, excuse me, that, is really fun to see. And it's great to see him around such incredible talent as well. I mean, it kind of just sharpens each other when Grizz can pop off and then whoever else, right? And even minus calling. It's a little ridiculous. And to see them get up to speed this quickly, Cole, is definitely really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, their map pool looks incredibly solid for a team that is so, fresh faced and is bringing in this new IGL, new leadership aspect there. The fact that they're developing a map pool, they can win on Inferno, probably should have won on Dust too, and then can show so much success on Nuke. We didn't even get to see Ancient in this best of 3 here, which is one of their most proven maps here. And, that decisiveness, the quickness here, it makes me think this roster is really in high gear right now in all of these maps. And I gotta say, I'm looking forward to seeing the success level of this squad.
It's tough. It's tough for me though to see this, or just as a little bit of a closing statement here on Party Astronauts. It's tough to watch, this team struggle like that when the struggle point is really OG Wizard. Like, I think he's the guy that isn't there for the entire series, and I don't think that can happen. I don't know necessarily like where that comes from, but when we're used to seeing like an explosive player that has no stop, and he looks like he's a ghost of himself in this series, I don't know what that is because of, but I know that can't continue if Party Astronauts are going to be able to, find deep wins. The fact that this is a 3-map series, I think is actually just a credit to the depth that PA have, but they can't have that every time.
Yeah, I mean, that's an incredible point that you bring up. And I wonder if that has anything to do with, sort of the transition that Ben Leet takes, being an IGL and the past roles that he has had, having to, set up a new opera now. I wonder if, barring speculation, we could probably go on for a little bit, but we have something else sweet tonight. We have another quarterfinal, and to make our second semifinalist over on this side of the bracket, we're taking care of it. We got Might and we got NRG, fellas. I think we got that here just sparring up in a couple of minutes, so I think we ought to send this thing through. Ladies and gentlemen, like I just said, Might and NRG, our second quarterfinal of the night, just going to be up here in about 10 minutes time, so make sure to stay tuned. The CCT action is not stopped yet. We'll see if only for one more side. I'm here with Zener, and I'm here with Verizon Cast to bring you the second quarterfinal with Get the Bag Mark.
Yeah, you know what? As long as it gets out to the people here, that's what matters most, right? That's the strongest start, as we can see.
Well, boys.
I'm there. I'm here. I've arrived on scene. I swear. I'm excited for this one. I'm excited to see NRG. Honestly, like I know that may be a little bit disrespectful to Mike, but I haven't had the privilege of casting this new look NRG just yet. So I think that's something that I'm happy to get the chance to look at firsthand.
Yeah, in case this pre-show has not been to your taste, we do actually have a quarterfinal at it. We do have Might, and we do have NRG. Eventually, we did get there, and it's going to be a very nice one, right? Might are coming through from a pretty close 2-0 that was up against FlyQuest Red, sort of debuting an Emmy op that was absolutely electric. NRG, they swiftly took down Kraken 2-0. That first map, I think, was a little bit cleaner than the second, but you know, NRG have a clear path to the finals. That's what they want. And honestly, to follow it up with another online victory would be very important for them. I think we're counting out Might in a matchup like this. Fellas, and specifically with this roster change that you've had in recently, bring in former collegiate player, if I'm going to label him that, Voltage to the roster. Exner, how are you feeling about Might's odds tonight?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they had a little bit of struggles here. I do think that a lot of these guys are capable of playing up to the level of the competition here, and I do think that could matter quite a bit. But this matchup, looking at what Mike can do here and what they can, kind of put up a fight here, I do think it's going to be a huge challenge up against NRG, who, have shown so much success. They've also proven though that that they're a team that's can get upset. They can be shaken here in the early iterations, as from what I've seen so far from Might and throughout the Swiss stage, they've been able to carry forward some incredible work. Voltage looks to be, again, another one of these players that's gotten back into the scene and is able to show up with a lot of success with his op. You got Jared, who seems to be a rifler that is capable of such massive multi-kills, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how things can shape up with a squad versus a team as tough as NRG.
Yeah, and I do believe it's voltage on that scope, and obviously this whole thing anchored over by DJ. But let's go ahead and take a split look over into the other side. We have NRG, and of course with new addition Bro.
I'm pumped. I was pumped to kind of see this be the move, right? It's difficult to think about like a player to target if you're looking towards like a European talent, right? But I think that Bro was actually in such a difficult spot that he handled himself so professionally in. Honestly, I think he put everyone on notice and showed like what he can be as a professional. And in the meantime, I don't think he was ever set up for that much success in the whole Astralis situation. But he looked damn good in you know the previous, like in the Astralis talent roster. He looked good in some moments as well over the course of the time with that Astralis roster. I think that this is a you know, as a targeted pickup if you're looking for a European talent, this was fantastic. And you add to that a team in NRG that has been only making money moves like the whole entire time. I mean, talk about like picking Nitro up, you know, out of retirement. Again, I think Walco gets a little hard done by in that situation, but like that's just an obvious move. And then to pick up George, like these are just perfect times for NRG, who's bided their time in this NA scene, to find the right moves. And I mean, they've targeted the right guys.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it feels like it's a roster that is not complacent at all. They're not happy with the results of 2024, even though they ended on a little bit of a high note. You know, qualifying for Pro League there, transitioning some success as well into some lands. You know, they did good towards the tail end of the year compared to the way that things started. But they're not complacent here, so you make two big moves. You get rid of Automatic and Breeze here, which you could have been comfortable with coasting for quite some time, you know, getting occasional qualifier wins and making international lands occasionally. But I think this team has higher heights than that, and they set their sights very high with these roster moves. And again, like you said, I think just shrewd, really decisive, and getting a player as professional and as proven as Bro. I mean, you guys talked about his time with the Astralis organization. You know, that time doesn't count because he's been so good with Monty even before that. Like, he showed so much excitement with that squad, and so I feel like they've made a great move here and are just going to be a level above a lot of these NA teams that come out with the changes that they've made.
Yeah, and I think really, you know, when you're seeing those moves and, you know, the opinion by, right, your general audience, a lot of North American fans will want to hold on to, you know, big names like Automatic and Breeze, right? But I think shoe in, right? You want to shoot for the stars here when it's already been a pretty nice turnaround for you, winning some local lands through this turn of the year. So I think they are going to be shooting their sights very high. And obviously, like we've said, maybe one of our favorites on this side of the bracket, with whoever wins this going to go up against Marsborn. But we got to see where exactly we are going to be cracking in this matchup. Let's go ahead and take a look at that Veto.
It's a Veto that, to be honest with you, I think might are in some pretty deep water with. They don't play Train, and neither does NRG, and I don't think there's any way that NRG are gonna like first round ban a Train. I think they're gonna make Might go for that if anything. And yeah, I mean that's pretty much where they're at. And Inferno's not been a map that they're willing to play, but neither has Dust 2. So I just feel like Might are in a very tough spot on this one. They do have a punish pick, and I think that Nuke feels like that. They've had some good wins here. This is definitely going to be the map that I think is most important for Might's chances. But yeah, with Dust 2 in the mix, and that being a very strong home for NRG, I really struggle to see a third map that is a comfy one where Might are going to feel confident.
I mean, it's such a great start for Nuke at the very least. I mean, this has been direction that NRG have been taking. And leaving this open is certainly an opportunity that they'd be excited to take, because, you know, the only time NRG have played it within this last year, they lose on it. So a little bit concerning in that department for NRG. Now, like you said, it's about closing out a full series, and that's where these latter two maps get a whole lot more difficult. Anubis, I think, is where they've been able to bring their stomping grounds here, been so dominant on this map and taking control. And you know, before that is Dust 2, a map that I think they've started out a little bit shocky when they got Nitro first involved, but now have stepped into tip-top shape. So overall, even if Nuke is a little shaky, full series wise, I would say NRG going to be very confident with this.
And when you leap into a series on a map like Nuke, I mean, regardless if it's going to be NRG's permaban, as we acknowledge, right, they're going to be getting a CT side start. And on a map like this, where you're looking up against a Might where it just got really, really shaky versus FlyQuest Red in a world where your map pick could have just been swept right under your feet, but specifically due to really great individual play, right? FlyQuest Red, they got that CT side start. It's entirely possible that you could take the same ticket here into NRG. Vincent, that's obviously really concerning me. How are you feeling about this first map chance out here for Might? Do you think it's more than a punish pick, or do you think this is their only option to reach into this first map?
I only option maybe feels like a little bit of a too strong a take, but it's definitely the obvious option. And I think that it's the right one. I don't think Might are doing anything wrong picking into Nuke. Yeah, that was scary. Don't get me wrong, but I also think that, I mean, in that series,
well, they're only going up against OC this time, so fortunately they don't have to play Emmy again.
Yeah, OC's no Emmy. But all jokes aside, like I think that there is. That is more of an outlier than it is a norm, was that series and that map specifically. I also think it's important to recognize they came back into that. Like they won that map. Like we could maybe start to have the conversation if they lose that, but the fact that they were down 10-2 and then come back for the win, stay in that the whole time with a bunch of clutches and a lot of gritty performances, I think that that's where I'm a whole lot less worried. What is worrying though is, like Cole was alluding to, like, you get through this Nuke, let's just make that assumption, it doesn't really get that much easier.
Yeah, I mean, the strengths here and the way that NRG have been able to make their name towards the latter parts of this year have been, always on Anubis and much more so on Dust 2, so I'm right there with you, Vincent.
Man, I mean, quite a set stone uphill climb in this series. Got to touch this base right here to start, but, they have the backbone for a comeback like this on Nuke, but essentially Might looking up, and they feel like David facing up against Goliath here. That is Goliath on this side of the bracket, and we'll see how Might faces up. You have Hector and Vincent to take you through it. Boys, have a great time.
It's time to roll. And yeah, NRG certainly make an adjustment. I mean, this has been a map they've avoided for a long, long time. But they look to make that change. And that loss that you were referring to, yeah, that was against Getting Info, but that was a tight loss against a team that, at least has put some decent results up on the board already. DJ, though, talk about decent. That's phenomenal. 2 opening picks, but you still got a best Hex here at ramp, and he's just a turret. Automatic from this position, and unstoppable as Bro yet unknown. And now DJ, who got the opening 2 picks in yard, is wondering where his team's gone.
Yeah, Bro's job as easy as can be thanks to Hex there. Any potential trade would have just been shut down, but DJ up to the task here of pulling this one off. See, step forward for another. Oh, 1v2 with low HP on Hex. DJ stepping up, looking to do enough. Being watched though, long range. He's got the P250 to try and close that distance, but he doesn't have armor to back it up. Reposition. Spro looks to bait in, but Hex yet to really show his face just yet. Bro's still dancing around this position. Now he's able to spot both of these guys playing out in this quick back of orange position. He's still staying alive, but he's dwindling HP. Slowly tanking in that department. And they're just buying time off the clock, because Hex will come in for the close, eventually connecting enough. NRG, they survive the pistol in a scary fashion. DJ nearly pulling it across the line, but Hex is just too strong.
Yeah, he sure is. I mean, Hex has been a beauty to watch, and I mean, I've had the privilege in a couple of LAN events in a row. It's not like been exactly the same online results or anything, but I feel like Hex has been such an incredible individual for this NRG team on their couple of LAN wins here to close out 2024 and into 2025. It's been fun to watch, and he pulls up for a big one. 4 kills to confirm the pistol round for NRG's sake on that one. It's not going to be any sort of investment, though. It's Glocks for the most part. DJ with a little bit of extra cash and 3 kills. He's the only one who had something more, and he's already gone. So they'll zoom out A into the MP9s. Well, the bomb could go down. Jared's got a sprint, though.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, he tries to protect himself from the player following him down the vents. But that leaves him exposed to Bro. So no bomb plant there. So design plate doesn't quite allow for that extra cash flow. You know, I was saying this. I don't know if it's controversial, but you know, might have been going through a little bit of a rebrand here. This, I think, currently their old logo at the moment. But their new one, I like better than this one. I think they made a positive move here, a step in the right direction.
Not up to date. I'm getting up to date. Hold on.
It's on HLTV. It's Nitro, he plucks one off really quick. And deals with that outer yard lurk. There's just one HE, that's all that's required. Now the test is back on Bro's shoulders at the moment. Flashbang well connected in on double flash there to make sure that they're safe to turn the corner. Take some fights here into the lower side here already. They're putting a lot of pressure on Bro, but Bro will give that space up, especially in a 4v5 here, calling in for some extra help before takes that contact. Peeks forward continuously, but that's when now Osi can slide out. Famas, a little labored on the spray, but he goes 1-for-1 as well. His trade's affordable for now, but now you're in a post play, it becomes a whole lot more problematic.
Does. How to move forward. DJ, perfect location. The jump. Oh, that should have been enough. And it's Snakes who ensures that things don't go wrong. NRG about to find themselves up against the loss. And they do. Wow. Snakes from that double kill is unreal.
Love to see his reaction right there. Just a slight eyebrow raise as he closes that round out. I mean, I feel like fundamentally that's about everything you could ask for. They're jumping up and throwing the aim off like that with the MP9 is, you know, that's textbook trade out Counter-Strike, but Snakes clotheslines the trade attempt. Destroys the opposition. That's a big way to make a splash in the opening stage of the gun round. This is forward here from Nitro. For some visual. Flashbang connected well, but that's such a quick burst. And Nitro, happy with the kill, is going to go ahead and dive out.
And that's a dream opening. A little bit of risk taking, but victory for it. And the escape made without a lick of damage done. Gonna look towards Sherrod to be the next up at bat. He falls and he's got DJ right behind him, but everybody's gone. It's swift reactions for NRG. They take no time in order to move forward.
That's some serious damage done by Nitro right there. Takes 3 down with them here. I mean, Nitro definitely on this NRG team putting himself in an active role. He's gone through a lot of changes here during his campaign, but right there you see what he can do when he gets aggressive. Saw a little bit of that activity over at Frag 18. He was the MVP of that LAN and just constantly was dominating the competition and all the wins. Had so much success.
Yeah, in particular against Sharks. Over at that event. The double up, both the upper finals and the grands. Dominating the international competition. Where does that leave Might? Gone around after what was an incredible win. NRG had wind in their sails, but it's only blown out of proportion maybe after that dominance. previous round, and Nitro just trying to play a slightly a little off angle. It's a bit tentative, non-committal even.
Cautious here, but still looking to activate. Obviously don't want to give the D-Eagles too many chances to fight back, but still every once in a while peeking through. That's why Voltage shows exactly why you gotta be careful up against those D-Eagles in the outer yard. As they call in 2 players jump on the chance at rotating over. A lot of damage onto George. He continues to swing. Eats some more damage while he's at it, and eventually falls, but doesn't really leave them in a position just yet to succeed. Hex has got Squeaky contained. He's just waiting for them to go down the fence right there. That's perfect. And make sure that they cannot safely cross.
No safety, no nothing. NRG stand tall, even after losing the captain, to start that round out. And towards Might and their game plan for this round. They'll get an AWP out. It is a two-way street on that factor. OC into one as well. OC worried about yard at the moment. Folks go up just as swing away, but the nade is good to deny Jared. And a lot of this T side for Might runs through Jared, his success in pressuring Mini. So the fact that he goes down early is not a good sign in the slightest. Missed shot on the second attempt for OC. He drops the nade and escapes with his life.
That's how it's going to be when OC gets his op out right there. I feel like more of the same for Might. As he opens up with a couple of kills. As he said, shutting down 2 sides of the map there, and outer yard and ramp. Voltage was the countermeasure, and he's able to fire up once again. Still, bro, though, resisting on the ramp side. And deletes Louis from the fight. And then rubs it in a little bit there. Just a light body spam. It's good for the team morale. Look at these rotations there from OC.
That's so difficult to dismantle, bro. He's just worked the timing beautifully, and I mean, instant headshots as well. Difficult story, particularly when OC's got the support. That nade opens the smoke and gives them free sightline onto Jared. Also maneuver out of this. Don't think there's a clear avenue for Might.
Managed to make it past the crosshairs, but can they make it through the mollies? Jared still impacts the round, but the HE blows open the smoke. A little overexposed is DJ. Bro comes through in transition. Pistols will be handled in a full team effort of a round there from NRG.
This is the worry for me. You know, we were talking on the desk about, this being a team that can step up, Might, that is, against higher level of competition. But, the reality is that they've never had really the opportunity nor the ability to do that yet. This is the time to prove something like that. And NRG are showing them that that is so very difficult to do.
George gonna open it up. As you highlighted, this is a whole new task. Playing up against so many caliber players here on this NRG roster. Look at the control that is now contained towards lobby. Louis still lurking about. Nice visual there from Voltage. Drops Nitro, and Louis is again in such a prime position right now to cut off, rotates down the Vit. Now George does catch him before there's too much comfort manufactured, and that's going to pull back that man advantage. Now, because of the lobby regain, they're going to move down in towards the lower side, already rotating in.
And how do you even break through now? Bro on scene. We'll see the same. They've got coverage on both directions. It's a flashbang. Oh, OC adjusts, and now Bro can activate. It's a little bit of damage done. Not a confirmation, but it's looking like it might be that way. Voltage will creep into the angle, but Bro no longer giving him the time of day. Willingness for Bro just not to swing there is so important.
Yeah, it just seals around here. It's going to be a save for Voltage and DJ. Hold on to their weaponry. No mistakes there from NRG into the 4v3 that they faced. Get into a 4v2. Make sure that they can't cross into the site successfully. Hex will go down eventually. But they got money to spend on the CT side, building up a firm foundation. Time out to try and get back on track here for Might.
And I think the difference is pretty significant when you're talking about, you know, Might and the ability to measure up to this team. When you think about NRG and the fact that everybody here has, to a greater or lesser extent, like a very strong amount of international experience. You know, you could, you know, George and Hex maybe to a slightly less degree, obviously, but in comparison to, you know, a guy like Louis or Jared, you know, or even returning faces like Voltage, that's the hardest part when you hit tab in this server.
Yeah, I mean, even like Snakes and Voltage, some of their experience is just starting as to where, you know, George and OC, X, and even I guess Bro's obviously got a lot more experience as well, but they were just starting at that direction, right?
Yeah, I mean, weren't even there.
Voltage and Snakes were able to, you know, make their first couple of international lands.
Yeah, I mean, I would compare that to maybe where Hex is at.
Hex had his, you know, reign with EG, and that was a whole host of experience that he was able to gather. So
That's true.
I'm with you, man. There's so much depth on this NRG roster comparatively. Didn't Louis go to IESF? So
That's true.
there's a little something there.
That is true. Sorry, Team America. Some such.
EJ trying to do some of the leading in that department as well here. Those players with more recent experience, more relevant. Right into the OC op. He's always where he needs to be now as well, and that's a serious problem for Might. As getting past the AWPs on this T side has been a serious problem for them here. OC catches a dropping player, lands a no-scope for a leg shot. DJ picks up that op, but he's not going to last too long with low HP. 10 seconds left. Should just go for the plant here, go for some kills. Will be bested by Nitro. And he's got a little experience of his own there, that's for sure.
You don't say. You don't say. Captain America himself. I wonder what the pitch meeting was like for like Team Liquid at that time. Like, did they run that by him? You know what I mean?
A lot of added like pressure.
That is a lot of pressure. And,
Performance coach did not like that.
He did a phenomenal job with it. I love Nitro.
True.
But I just... I would be crumbling under that pressure, me personally. But that's why he's on the server. That's why he's been there so long. It's a little bit dicey, but we'll get it cleaned up against the Tech 9s.
Yeah, that's a good point there. Like you said, made good work of it. But stepping into this NRG roster. Again, ever since he joined, I really do feel like this team's been taking steps into a winning direction here long term. Obviously, I think there's going to be some growing pains with 2 recent changes in George and Bro. I've highlighted a lot of role changes here, but I think I missed smoke or missing smoke, something along those lines here for Might, and that means, you know, Nitro can just pick him off easy. Oh, see? Made a little inchworm footstep, but as quick as he is with the scope, it's not gonna matter.
Yikes.
Whoa. Collapses in. They all join forces here to fight for this ground towards the outer yard. And it's coming up nothing but NRG here.
I mean, I don't know that that's much different than the rest of this map thus far. It's all been NRG the whole time. Might break off 1 round, but it's likely 10-1. And in swift fashion, Might, I mean, it's hard to say this respectfully, but they haven't even been in these rounds. They're not even in this game. A lot of the little details that you might look towards to talk about Might fighting their way through, even those just aren't there. It was a huge step-up performance, you know, big round out of this guy Snakes that I think, you know, allowed them to get that 1 round, and maybe he can do it again.
Not gonna last too much longer there. It does get taken care of fairly quickly. These T-sides continue to struggle. OC's on the scene right now. That's not easy to deal with there. I mean, as we've seen, this team right now with Energy having everyone step up, but specifically OC finding a lot of availability with his opt to open up rounds here. Just feels like a little bit more the same for Might in terms of their T-sides. And like you said, maybe not in this map all that much right now, but maybe they can rely on their defense again. So OC lets one slide by here. That's what the rifle's for there. Bro has his back, and so does Snakes, apparently. On the voltage. A little bit of a team kill there. Keeps the man advantage healthy for NRG for now, and maybe even more so as Hex pulls through on his flank eventually. It's just Snakes left in a clutch, as he has to do some mopping of his own here. And, oh, George just won't stop peeking. He won't give him a break. NRG close it out with 11.
That's the hard part about, you know, NRG with George on it. George is a guy that, you know, he's a loaded gun. You just got to point him in a direction in so many ways. He can be so very effective. And in that moment, it's no respect given, no ground given. A guy like George, who, you know, maintained a lot of strong performances on a team in Nouns that, you know, was struggling to, I think, find some consistent success, or honestly, like even success here in North America in that last year. But he was always available.
Yeah, and I think a fresh team it's made his game even better here, like a new scenery for him. And now he's playing with an IGL here. You compare either, you know, Carson or Rush for that matter, and you've got such a massive opportunity to point that gun in the right direction when Nitro's calling the shots. He knows what to do. So OC and Bro keeping this pistol contained. Nitro activates a little later. Business handled here on the pistol, and the talks of a CT side comeback being limited with this loss.
10-2 is the comeback that they made in this round of 16 matchup. I mean, 11-1 would be another story, and now it's 12-1.
Yeah, you know, it said let's try and one up it.
Watch this. You know, it's like when you know you're about to do something really stupid and you say, "Watch this." Oh. I mean, jokes aside, I mean, Might just nothing going right for them here.
Not quite moving. Hey, they got the FAMAS for Jared though. Living on that As I said, sometimes it's the hardest rounds when you're up against the 5-7s. Those guns are scary, as you can see. Sex. Oh, he's able to get past the defense in mini and scale effectively in towards heaven. OC might not be so fortunate, but even he slides by unscathed. And a little bit of nervousness here from Jared to activate leaves Louis with a MAC-10 to defend against heaven. That's a long-range duel. MP9 closes the distance here. A double kill as Voltage able to escape the flames. And Snakes finds the finishing blow. So there you have it. Here's a start of something.
It sure is. I don't know how might lose all of the important map control here and still win the round. I mean, this is
just took
fight.
a bottle to the head there and walked out.
Yeah, he did. Not only that, but he's sitting inside of flames with alcohol all around him.
If he stepped on some glass there, it would have been more deadly than that Molotov.
For real, man. And then that should just be a nailed down trade with an AK too. And he gets that as well.
Something about MP9s and the deciding round. It's like those guns just get a buff when you're playing up against map point.
Well, you know what it is. I mean, genuinely, it is the fact that they work so well when you can just say, screw it.
That's true. When you got nothing to lose.
Yeah, and then you're playing with nothing to lose. And that is the buff, is that they're great when you have nothing to lose.
Yeah, when you're jumping around a corner, when you're swinging with confidence. It's a good point. Maybe there is some sort of correlation. It's not just a happy coincidence, is it? Got here. You still aren't playing with too much fear here at this point. Might get a little confident, get a little aggressive as they silently try and make their move through. A little overwhelming for George as he looks to the heavens to give him some help, but Might striking down from all directions. Gonna force an eco on an NRG.
Yeah, this is a start, right direction. But I'm really not interested in the conversation yet.
You're not buying in yet?
No.
I don't know. I believe I've seen him do it once.
Not from this spot.
That's all you need to say.
Not 3 to 12.
Yeah, close enough though. What's the difference, really?
Same.
You lose one round, it's over. It's just having a little bit of wiggle room. Overtime, is scary too.
Versus having like 3 rounds of wiggle room. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. You're right. It is, I guess, if you are trying to lean in on some positive, it is a familiar spot to be down bad here. And then to also be able to say, hey, we did it. We brought it back before.
Yeah.
And all of my trolling saying, yeah, right. And all of that doesn't matter in the team speak. It's about buy-in from everybody who's there, not from getting me to believe.
True. And you know what the best way to believe is? To do it. Seeing is believing, and I've seen it before.
And if you're might, we've done it before.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get after it.
Back up against the guns, though, once again. See if they can keep the ball moving. Round by round is what they have to take it. Energy not in too much of a rush here to work this round. It's a good sign. Voltage with an AWP was a key facilitator in that comeback effort. Even though we're not talking about the same team that they're playing up against, it's a whole nother caliber, a whole nother level. The Voltage is up. Being able to position himself effectively, that could be a token back into this one. And there you go, bomb drop to the floor. Tries to get a molly off, but he barely survives, and that's crucial. He's still kicking.
Yeah, and the scale has not come that quickly. That damage is big, but NRG gotta take care They're going to be forced away. And so now the lower bomb site is under some serious threat. Voltage in a very, very difficult spot. And about to be exposed. The snake's up elevated. Now goes Voltage. From an advantage to disadvantage, it's quick the way this swings.
NRG not too interested in letting belief creep in. 4v3 in a post plant. Will place flashbang, but into his own flames. Louis falls. A little bit of a 1G action there. It's DJ not long for this world either. And NRG, they close it out with confidence. Might looking to provide a little resistance, but NRG is a whole new caliber of competition that they're playing here in the quarters.
Yeah, it's just a caliber that this Might team has never really had to worry about. And I think that very clear from the very beginning. And you know, it's really harmful to your chances when everybody is firing up on all cylinders. That was true for NRG throughout that matchup. And well, here's the thing. Yeah, you know, this isn't a great start for Might, but they still have some chances. You know, Dust 2 still ahead, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dust 2 and a chance to try and fight back in this series. Obviously not over, but NRG showing this strength after what they did in the round of 16 versus who was it? Who did they play in the round of 16?
NRG?
Yeah.
It was Kraken.
Kraken. After they 13-0'd Kraken on Dust 2. It is a scary map to fight up against Might on, but we'll see if they can fight back here. We do have Marky, though. He's ready to break down what was so right there for NRG.
Yeah, quite a nuke that we walk in there and see. Unfortunately, that first half was clearly very one-sided, but honestly, on that Might side, you got to understand that you're going to be playing up a very talented team tonight, and they never changed their attitude towards it, right? I mean, they stayed within their grasp, in their boundaries. These are very, very respectable players here, even the young ones, right, having their fair share of experience playing in against tiered teams that are sort of amongst their caliber. Look, Vincent kind of said it himself the best. I'm not sure they do have lots of experience versus a team like NRG, right? That's going to be a whole hell of a challenge, especially online here where NRG just look to take it easily. So, I mean, even just trying to get in all the way through and a lot of these ramp hits, right? I mean, you're bunched up for it. The spacing's good. The entries into sites like this are honestly presenting opportunities to trade out, but then there's multi-frags like that 3K out of Bro, right? I mean, these things were just so brutal to watch at some of these stints here in this first half, right? But I mean, it wasn't the fact that Might were just laying down. Like I said, it feels like they were just caught in the trap and NRG just didn't let back. I mean, especially headed on to Dust 2, you may think that it may look a little bit more grim for them, and it absolutely does. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, but the fact that you do see still at the core, I think Might playing decently around the spot where they're never stopping their playbook, right? They continue outside, and a lot of these plays that honestly until like the second part of that first half, they really do get the control for. There were a couple times where headed down B, that late ramp push, especially in round 9, you know, just off the cusp here, this latest bit that does come into pursuit. I mean, it's Snakes that looks good about it, but when it's the rest of the riflers that have to get involved sort of in the end, it's interesting, right? And I see it's George there in the kill feed, which is like, man, George is supposed to be this guy that we flash up and see these highlights from. It's a little crazy when the only individual that didn't get their fair shake of nuke was him. I think he had like 8 or 9 frags. I don't think he's complaining about it though. And this is also very encouraging, right? You see Mike kind of pepper off into the second half. They don't ever stop, right? And they come out of that force round 5 alive, and I mean, unfortunately, NRG kind of presses on the gas here at the end after kind of taking that clock round. They say we're going to have a little bit of a slower approach, right? We're going to make sure this nuke doesn't have to get any too more hairy than it needs to be, right? We talk about NRG rather Might not falling out of maps, right? We remember that 10-2 comeback they just had against FlyQuest Red. Well, that's the attitude they're going to have in this entire series. Have to be faithful that your chances are still going to be there on a Dust 2, even when they do look intimidating. So we do have NRG's map picked up Dust 2, where they would like to take that next step, chalk it off their board, and get right to that semifinal where they would have their work cut out for them. But still the rest of this series to go. Dust 2 here coming in a little bit, in about 10 minutes time, so stay tuned. NRG come off their 13-4 pounding nuke performance, ready to punch their ticket all the way to that semifinal. They got a Dust 2 that is scheduled up on the plate. Of course, I'm still here with Mr. Vincent, here with Exner, and these boys have been having a grand old time. But here on this Dust 2, I think we can have an even greater moment. Vincent, look, you didn't see more than, NRG just shutting them down in the server. I didn't see many worries on the faces of that Might squad. How are you feeling about their chances in this Dust 2?
I'm feeling pretty bad. I can't sit here and lie to you, man. I don't think that might have what it takes to bring Dust 2 back. I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility, but I mean, Nuke was their pick, and they were out there looking like a bunch of kindergartners. I'm not gonna lie, like it was a struggle out there.
Respect. I told you to say it on stream, Vincent, and you did it. Look, the scoreline suggested that. Cole, your thoughts?
I mean, I'm right there with Vincent here in terms of NRG just being a couple steps ahead of Might. But like you said, at the very least, you're hopping in with that understanding into this next map, knowing, again, you've got nothing to lose, and that's where you can be your most dangerous. The issue is NRG is going to be even more dangerous. So they're hopping in with everything to gain in every matchup that they play. They have a lot to prove here, and I think, they're looking to show what they're made of. For a team that has been upset, a couple of times this season already in ECL, they want to show up and start to get to the point where they're dominating like the local competition, and starting off with like a CCT win always is a good case as to, how these teams are operating in North America, and that's their goal right now, and Might are on the other end of that goal.
Especially after missing out on, a CCT victory last time out, some huge upsets. This is their opportunity to prove that, again, new look, new roster, but new season, that this isn't the way that, that last season, at least with regard to CCT, ended.
Yeah, and it's even more interesting, right, with their prospective opponents potentially being Marsborn if they do go ahead and take care of things here on this Dust 2, which could be very interesting. It's kind of an X factor, I feel like, in these playoffs. Could be very much a grand time, right? Because we just saw a great moment where individuals were able to pug out in a series just like that. Headed on to a Dust 2, where in our first series, we were lined up. Still Vincent and Exner to take you through it. Does NRG shove it out 2-0? Find out right now.
We'll see if the pounding continues or if Mike can fight back here as they look to put up the resistance on the CT side of Dust 2. NRG not too interested in letting that slide, though. Good information, though, gathered. I mean, you've got this top mid push. You're playing with some confidence on the pistol. How far does Snakes want to really pull through, though?
I mean, he's got
all the info.
Yeah, infinite space. I was about to say, like,
they're not moving, they're not shifting, so it still is on DJ.
Ooh, didn't hit the first heady and sticks around for a long time. That's the hard part about that angle too. You don't have the ease of access to slide back through. Now, even though the lower control was there for Jared the whole entire time, he's removed, and it's almost as if that information that Snakes was getting up in mid almost doesn't matter, because it's still a 3v5 on this retake.
Oh yeah, it's a non-factor at this point here. They're going to look to charge down these kills. And they certainly will get away with it without too many troubles. That's a really difficult round because it comes down to you having all the information you could ever ask for, but missing one key detail, and that's getting those rotations off the back of the information. They missed a step, it feels like, in that round, and maybe just a little too late to the party there on that B side, especially if, your anchoring player doesn't quite succeed on the initial fight.
Yeah, it's not made easier by the fact that DJ is just super committed in the spot that he chose. It can be, very difficult to win a duel like that to begin with, but if you don't hit the first headshot, often very exposed, and just some good utility to force NRG back, or rather Might back, from good position. Oh, but that's still a nice headshot. Louis really on the struggle bus last map. That's a very nice frag to get a bit of that confidence back.
Nice opening pick there. Play off some confidence in Louis with another. Jared also fighting forward. But there you have it. The Eagles singing loud. They look to continue to chase down these kills. You got to be careful not to give your advantage back. That might have been what they did, hunting down the frags. Oh, and George now has a lovely little cat smoke that he can scale up with.
Who threw that? Who put that there?
Put that there. You can't park there, apparently.
Not
An
allowed.
NRG on the other end of the scope, though. DJ will fight back here with a nice shot on the Nitro. It puts George still in a very winnable 1v2, but one that Snakes and DJ have coordinated their efforts on.
Oh, what did he plan for? That's the question I have.
Planning for elevator, because all you have to do is jump up and shoot him.
Good point, especially when Snakes is
Look at
done.
this. Oh, he's gonna try it. But no, it is a straight line here. Does get tagged down. Only to half HP, though. The USP's not the best weapon for that, and DJ looking to hunt. Finish what he started, unfortunately for him. George just resisting a little too much and might really, I think, baited in by the lure of, we got the kills, let's keep on punishing, and I think they end up overextending in a big way.
And they certainly do. The intention was good. Like, that's a, on paper, a triple swing, right? Like, they got 3 players there, but just not understanding, or rather not respecting the fact that Nitro can define the bounds of that duel by just, you know, playing around the corner effectively. And that's what he does. So, also, DJ got scammed. Thought he got the full tag. It was just through the edge of the wall. Like,
That stinks.
bad for him.
Good now.
I mean, I guess, who am I to question?
He's in control.
No, in controller already out of the tournament.
Zing. That was a good zing right there.
It's my favorite when you say that. I feel so fuzzy inside. I'm like, oh.
I gotta save it for special occasions.
Yeah. You can't let me thinking I can get away with that every time.
No free zings. You gotta
Never.
work for those.
See if that hard work gonna pay off here for Mike. It's an opening pick, and that's a huge one. But Hex steps forward into a bit of a hanging pawn where Jared forcing his way forward in a man advantage.
So hard to press the issue. So there's always that reaction. NRG have been as effective as you like on kind of responding into any sort of mistakes that might have been making. The train continues here now into the 4v4. It's George eventually going to be the first point of contact here. They're putting a lot of pressure on Long. George is just thinking, when is my chance? Move on up. You gotta trust DJ can hold down the line as, yeah, it will be Louis that rotates and leaves him alone.
Oh, doesn't like to fall back. DJ gonna step forward instead. Now he's got the support of Louis. A difficult spot to break open. That flashbang gonna give it away, but as they swing forward, Bro's got his, as does George.
Incredible round out of DJ already put together, manufactured. Cross smoke. Oh!
What?
Oh, he backpedaled and tossed the bomb over for a little extra safety secured. Voltage nearly perfectly timed that. And now, clutch required. Flashbang to go through CT. Molly on the elbow is going to buy a little bit of valuable time, and Voltage spots out a little jiggle from Bro, and he punishes. Low HP Bro taken down. George still now left into another clutch, and he insta-snakes. Now Voltage waiting for the peak. He jumps up for the op shot. Now the sidearm is pulled out, but he's running out of time here, and without a kit, he's got to scale quickly. George just holds his ground confidently, playing behind the double boxes. The kill will come through, but George crucially knows round already secured. Bomb gonna go off. Voltage gets out with his AWP, but NRG get out with the round.
I just don't think NRG really care about the fact that Voltage gets to hold that AWP. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit annoying, but they continue to put rounds up, and as we know, those are the ones that count. Those curative victories, not real. Might stuck in with another what-if scenario. Another man advantage, too. I think that's the other thing. NRG have been plagued by losing early duels sometimes, and they still win the round.
Even most frequently here. We got another situation like that. Another kill flowing through, but trades are swift. This one, a little bit more understandable. Sabam has a long rotation to join up. To recycle that CT smoke or allow for safety on the cross by fighting for it. But trying to escape is Bro. There's just a little gap in that smoke. It's still George in the server though, so NRG, you could say, are still favored in this situation with how clutch he's been. Especially with the post plant now to operate on and a little bit of extra utility. All three players heading up catwalk.
Sure, not in a great spot considering that fact though, but maybe not actually. He can play around the smoke now, gets eyes on another, and yet to move.
Goodness.
CAWP with voltage, and he gets dismantled by George on the final swing. Thought Nitro might be in a little bit of an exposed position, but he had a smoke to work around, and that coverage was so valuable.
Just remains so elusive, so hard to track down, and you know, again, as George just waits patiently, lets Nitro kind of take a lot of the forward-facing duels. It's just continue to flow for NRG at the moment. Do no wrong, can always fight their way back into a situation.
Got a 3B stack. 3 pistols. Stacked up on car, that's the idea. Oh, but toe spotted. Bro's gonna get out for free. There's a lot of damage done onto some of these tees, but now it's free pickings. Or maybe a little less free. Jared even gets a kill. Waiting for this move though, and Bro might have missed the initial shot, but it's the confirmation he's desired. Eastside open for business, and OC going back for more even on 4 HP.
Grabbing his dessert. Still yet to lose a round here so far on Dust 2 in playoffs of CCT. Well, I should say Series 4. They might have lost it in other series, but remaining flawless. Let's see if they can carry that forward. How long they can keep it up.
You could say just haven't lost a round to Dust 2 in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Not bad, I would say.
These sides continue to be strong here at the moment.
Oh, flashbangs.
Oh yeah, that one's good. That one will do just nicely. Voltage has got a dip out immediately. HE avoided there. Only 1 point of damage from that one. And here's one that hurts a whole lot more.
He tossed it back.
That's what happened. He just caught it.
Yeah.
We're back.
I'd like to think it was more like Kirby. I sucked it
Oh.
up and tossed it back out.
Absorbed its power.
That's right. That's why it was so much more powerful on the comeback.
It's like a boomerang.
Is that how boomerangs work?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I imagine if they're coming down with the force of it. Yeah, a little extra gravity there, but and the floor with some gravity there is Louis. Eastside holds still with multiple members and holding strong for now, but how long can you really put up the resistance? Reload is good from DJ, but too many targets on his screen. They've got a B-side retake. Maybe the allure is a couple of low HP bars, but I'm not going to give it a go. Bro, jump spots in a dangerous game, but NRG got the round in the bag.
I love how NRG tossed out a flashbang that is wholly not good enough to allow that jump spot.
Somehow that flashbang didn't catch.
Anyone.
They're still talking about how that flashbang did not blind anyone somehow.
So, like, I got the flash though. You jump spot. Me when I'm telling Murky to go out long and I'm flashing for him, but then also running down mid and not flashing.
You can do it.
Yeah.
It's about the confidence of the
That's
that
what I'm
the
saying.
flashbang gives,
You
not
just
the
gotta
actual
swing.
effect.
You get it. Mark doesn't get it for some reason, but you get it.
So I subscribe to the school of, as long as it's okay to have a little fun and troll a little bit, as long as you call it out.
That's a good point. Mark, you taking notes, right? I don't know why I've just decided to troll Mark here. Because it's 7-0, and ooh, that's something to talk about at least. Well, that's maybe something even more. Voltage gets a tag, and there's the frag. It's not the follow-up, but smoke's out in his face.
Yeah, I mean, this is great pick back there from Voltage. Unfortunately, he is outside looking in on that smoke. That's going to be hard to scale forward. Molly's follow-up. Still waiting to plant the bomb. Get across there safely. OC, you take it. Nitro wants to fight. All the while, though, this is allowing for DJ to pull through on a pretty massive flank. And that could be the game changer. Oh, fortunately for them, Hex perfectly pokes his head out there. And in the flames, bro just goes to seal the deal. And his teammate's Molotov. Now Hex has the flank covered. Let's get leveled out. Nitro also in a vulnerable position, but he wins the duel crucially. Not going to change the tides of this round here as Jared's on a save.
He grabbed the op. I think there's an op on the ground in CT mid. I think Jared just a little bit too scared of what might be around that corner to try and fight forward for it. Knows the value of the M4A1S that he's got in his hand. Doesn't want to pay the price to lose it. It's might taking a timeout. Did they took one timeout, if I'm remembering right, over on Nuke. And it's 8-0, and they take their first. Here on Dust 2. I'm not going to say anything, but it would be kind of crazy. You know.
Thinking.
You know.
I've already said it, so it's okay.
Yeah, yeah, you did. I guess. I wouldn't
No,
count that.
is your curse more powerful than mine? Is that what you're thinking?
Nah, I'm just more careful. Wise man once said, great power, great responsibility, and such. I take that responsibility very seriously.
Fair enough. So far, NRG have yet to lose a round on Dust 2. And they've got another 4v5. And you think I would be nervous after saying that now they're in a 4v5, oh no. But they've been in plenty of these situations, and they've still come out the better end.
3v5s even. Not quite on Dust 2, but yeah. It's been a lot of advantages that might have unfortunately not been able to close.
Make it happen here. Another 3v5, but again, as soon as you gain these advantages, OC rips it right away from you. So there's pressure right back on, and Louis spotted. He goes for a little jiggle, self flashbang, but met by a Molotov. It's not going to spread. That one might do it. He's constantly getting flushed out of position, but he has stayed alive, crucially. Not for too much longer, though. Nitro blasts him eventually. And into the site they go here. Access granted here for the T side, and we've got level numbers once again. Lands inside the smoke. And Nitro, that smoke allows him to escape.
Ooh. Can't stay alive either, and Nitro's available for the refrag. They're both out in the open, but that other additional smoke makes it difficult. Nitro seen and bro low. There it is, and your curse is real.
Come on, Energy. That's on you. It's not my fault.
Yeah, okay. Voltage hyped about it. I love that for Voltage.
As long as you're just keeping that energy high here, I mean, they're definitely not out of it. Even though it feels like every round is just hard fought for you for Might, feels like they're out of it. If you can keep your head in this game, that'd be impressive. I mean, again, it's all about the mentality that you take into these fights here, and not giving up too easy is a good mentality to have in any given situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to be up against this scoreline and what NRG have been doing. You know, the fashion in which they've been winning, even with disadvantages, they're just never out of rounds. It's hard to have that mental stability, but if you can, I'm right there with you. It's something that you've never lost the game until it's 13, or you lose the game by putting yourself out of it. You know, it's a decision to make, as maybe dumb as it sounds.
I mean, as soon as you mentally check out there, as you avoid that, well, Voltage, a little bit of excitement, closing out that last round, opens up the next. Jared follows up. Another 3v5 for them to work through. Another opportunity to continue the round count for them.
There you go. Voltage transition in that clutch up 1v1 into a little bit of confidence in mid. OC Feld. And Hext is thinking he can just swing with conviction, as we were talking about, but he finds out that there's a little bit more to it than that. That's devastating. George in a perfect spot to just hold back, and now he can creep through this smoke on the timing. That's nasty. Voltage still hits it.
Oh, big shot. I think that's the ticket for NRG back into this round. They managed to force their way into this A site still. At all the fight that they have to put up. But, oh, 2 taps. Out of bro, 2 kills, and somehow we're level. And maybe that HE seals it. A 1v2 now put to the task for Snakes. Nitro back into his op. Back into his bag here, pulls out another round in a bag of tricks. Continues to surprise Might here.
Dude, it was a 2v5. You get Nitro back onto the op. We know what he's been able to do in the past with that gun. And bro tapping away, making it look like it's so easy. That round might be the epitome of this series. No matter what, energy never out. Keeping up that confidence though. Might will fight back. Voltage, I mean, he's being set up for success, but he is the only guy that they've been able to rely on all series to be able to duel with these NRG players. No. That's not real!
Oh! What about another? Oh.
At least he saw something there.
Yeah. We open the smoke there. There's some typing. This long flank could save him. Oh. What?
They've got magnetic heads. I don't know what to tell you.
You think you've got the jump on him, and you just get blasted.
I just need to see that OC shot one more time.
Let's see. Just yet?
All right, here we go. Oh, he saw something. Okay.
You got a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit of something.
All right.
I mean, just
I don't know that it makes
glimmers.
That much better.
Yeah, little like just peaks, tiny little pixels being shown up on his screen that he just manages to connect on.
Yeah, no doubt. Veto showing a little bit of the skill that he wields. Skill cannon. It's time though. Runs fresh out. Nitro's got his back, and Jared falls after getting his one. Disadvantage is no problem. How about an advantage for NRG?
A lot easier, especially when they walk right into your crosshairs. Is that another 11 to 1/2?
Sure enough. Let's do it.
Get back.
Yeah, I mean this 2v5 here is just it's just the whole game in a nutshell.
Yeah, that's a unfortunately familiar feeling for this Might squad that they faced. Dealing with these advantages that they manufacture, but just can't seem to get a grasp on it that seal the deal.
I mean, this might be just a record-breaking like advantage to conversion ratio. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
it's been a lot.
4v5 conversions. Usually those opening picks do a lot to give you the success. They've got another one. And NRG do it again. It feels like it powers them up, making sure that they get revenge for their fallen teammate every time. Bro, first to sacrifice his life for the round conversion.
Seemingly happy to do so. How about another loss in the pistol round into a force buy win? Question mark for Might. Did it back on Nuke. Saved off elimination for the moment. It's elimination on the cards and 11 chances to do it in just regulation.
And this time they don't have the MP9s and 5.7s to work with here. It's a whole new task. A lot more difficult. But the Galils, they'll do just nicely. Another 4v5 manufactured. Doesn't last too long. Here's the trades roll out. And it looks like NRG ready to put this one to bed. There's a 1v3 for Jared. What's another 4v5? I feel like might have, you know, as we said, they might be positive in the first kills.
I think they are. Like, they gotta be. At least on Dust 2. Like, Dust 2,
Yeah,
I'm
right.
certain. Over the series, you know, we can have a conversation, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's it definitely does too, it feels like, which is even crazier because it was 13 to 1. They got single round off of my curse. I can't believe it, man. I can't believe they had to lose that one round.
You are the reason. Like,
I thought I got past it because I already cursed them and said it. Because I said they had 0 lost rounds on Dust 2 in the tournament.
Yeah, but you said
And
that
I carried
ahead of
that
it.
sentence on a lot. Like I dragged that one on for a little while, so I thought maybe that did the trick, but I guess not. We'll get Marky back in here. Marky, do you think I cursed that round?
You might have, but it's 26 to 1 ratio and Dust 2 so bad. I mean, that was a little ridiculous. No second efforts there, unfortunately, from Might. NRG gonna be meeting up with Marsborn in our first semifinal, boys.
Yeah, I think that, you know, you walk away from this game feeling like NRG are who we expected them to be. There's no differences. They weren't required to do anything really at all beyond show up and shoot hard, and they did. And to be honest with you, as much as I'm really excited for that Marsborn game, I think that NRG are in a position where they have the firepower to do that for a lot of teams. They did it against Kraken, and unfortunately Might showing that they were just the same in that fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you, right? This just goes to show here that, you know, as good of a run as Might did have, you play the top level of ECL, you know, caliber rosters, and I think they're gonna in the future like enter into the conversation of beyond that point, right? I think they're gonna, you know, long term be a team that's starting to enter into the tier 1 space with the roster that they've kind of formulated here. As we take a look at our player of the match, it's going to be OC. Very impressive performance, but as you said, I mean, just dismantling it. And I think that's where NRG would like to be, like, consistently. They want to be shutting down teams that they should be beating and doing it in this fashion where, you know, you don't really have to bring a structure or a game plan. You can just rely on your firepower and your clutch ability and pulling back rounds here on individual fronts.
Yeah, we last saw on land, at least, NRG obviously with Breeze play up against a lot of local competition over there in Ontario, right? And it was against MCS Gaming, another advanced team around the same level as Might, right? You see them elsewhere in our playoffs. It was a little bit closer over there, right? Closer as in like a 13-8, trying to, you know, please a crowd a little bit. No crowd here, 5 rounds total out for that Might side as, you know, 3-0 into a playoff berth, right? They took care of business versus FlyQuest Red and looked good coming back against them. Vincent, are they going to be walking out of this thing disappointed because, you know, maybe it's just a little unlucky they matched up versus NRG when they did?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I don't think they can be too disappointed. Like you go against NRG, you know what you're gonna do. This is a team in NRG that I think, like Cole alluded to, they are a team looking to be defined as like one that is at the head of the region. And to be honest, you look at where like complexity is right now. Like I think that they're already, you know, working towards that conversation. You know, they were dueling with your wild cards and with your M80s maybe to a lesser extent, but they were trading games very often with them at the end of last year, and I think they've only gone up from there. So I don't think Might should be disappointed. I think Might proved that they're a team very solidly in the very top upper echelon of advanced, or even, you know, chopping it up with some of these ECL teams. Because let's be real, there is a very clear drop off in the caliber between like your NRGs and, you know, the rest of even, you know, I'll just say like the bottom 6 or 7 ECL squads. Like this is a team that's just too much to ask, I think, for this Might team at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree, right? It's a task a little too tall, as you highlighted. Might able to lock in at least a quarterfinals run, get a playoff win in the mix, and you know the fact that they did get that win, it wasn't like an easy fashion. It wasn't an easy route that they had to take to get that victory. You know, and obviously, you know, tough competition ahead. Want to do some more damage. I want to see some more of the future out of Might, and especially, you know, looking at their ability to level up, move out of advance and into like an ECL territory for this team. I think my expectations for this roster are that they get to that position in the near future.
I mean, Voltage just looks so good. I think that his return, man, like he was a guy I was always excited about before. And the fact that he's returned and looked so damn good in this CCT is a prove it kind of moment that Mike can take into these, you know, upcoming games throughout Advanced.
And I thought he was done, right? I mean, came back to play for Davenport after, I mean, briefly kind of like stepping into the Chaos jersey at the like end of his tenure there. So it's really cool to see a guy like that back up in the server. Of course, DJ has been, you know, the front of this thing ever since it was, you know, named that Stamina project to start. Of course, Bobby probably watching alongside here as these guys have continued to grind it. But if you want to see more Might, obviously go pay attention to what they're doing in Advance, continuing to develop this season. Obviously, you won't have to wait very long to check on NRG just in a day or so when we see that first semifinal take place. But fellas, we do have 2 more quarterfinals just over the ridge tomorrow night. We have Nouns versus Getting Info, and then you have Boss versus Tsunami, and it's going to be an absolute banger, because I do believe that you have Laz, JRT, and Anthran to take you through that, which, I mean, you guys are going to be in very well hands. We know that for sure.
No doubt, man.
Yeah.
I'm so pumped for that Nouns Getting Info game. I cannot wait. I feel like that's just the perfect opportunity to kind of see what that's happening. And if they're still playing with Infinite too, what a cool and fun storyline with him like going towards Nouns and then, you know, taking a different direction. I don't know what the story is, but it's got to be spicy.
Yeah,
it certainly will seem to be, Cole.
I'm looking forward to it. It should be a fun day tomorrow. I'm right there with you. I think it could create a lot of excitement there in terms of like what Nouns now can do here, what the direction is of that roster. Obviously, like we have highlighted, the vote not quite working out, but with the team with a lot to prove, I think they can still move forward here successfully despite that here. And fortunately for them, Cryptic is, as I've highlighted a couple times, a IGL, a leader that is used to not having an organization, so he's in familiar territory.
Yeah, right back to it. Unfortunately for that man, but I mean, even maybe I wouldn't say a sweeter storyline for it tomorrow, but definitely higher stakes in that matchup because of it. Obviously, Boss versus Tsunami is going to be an interesting one to take a look at after Snap and Go did have a very crazy one versus Alter Iron on Train, but a 2-0 series over there. They ultimately put it out. But unfortunately, I think that's what we're going to have to do at our broadcast tonight. We're putting this thing out right now before we stay in too long. But don't you worry, you're going to be seeing all of our faces here on Saturday when we do crown a champion before Championship Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday in the US. Obviously, we know what we got to get up to. Go Birds, of course, Cole. But from all of us here at CCT North America, we have loved to be joining you tonight for these amazing games. But same time, same place tomorrow night. So make sure to check back. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see you all then. So stay tuned for some more North American action. Good night.